Welcome to Myth and Moonlight, where stories guide you into peaceful slumber. I'm your host, Aaron, and tonight I invite you to journey with me through the realms of imagination and rest. The space between wakefulness and dreams is rich with possibility, a twilight realm where our minds can wander freely. In this gentle transition, we often find our deepest wisdom and most profound peace. Tonight we'll embark on a special journey across the boundaries of time and space. We'll follow a magnificent being of light and warmth as it searches for someone who has wandered far from home. Through this story, we'll explore the connections that bind us across all distances and the quiet guidance that helps us find our way when we feel lost. At its heart, our story tonight contemplates the nature of belonging, how we might feel adrift in the vastness of existence, yet never truly alone. It reminds us that sometimes we must wander to discover where we truly belong, and that guidance often appears in unexpected forms. So find a comfortable position where your body can fully relax. Allow your eyes to grow heavy as we prepare to drift together into this tale of search and discovery, of being lost and found across the infinite tapestry of universes. As you settle more deeply into your comfortable space, I invite you to notice the weight of your body against the surface supporting you. Feel that gentle, reassuring pressure, a reminder that you are held, safe, and secure in this moment. Have you ever looked up at the night sky and felt both infinitely small and profoundly connected to something vast beyond understanding? That sensation of being both a tiny speck and somehow part of everything is where our story begins tonight. It's a feeling that reminds us how we are separate yet united, individual yet interconnected across the grand design of existence. Let's begin by allowing your body to release any tensions it might be carrying. Starting with your feet, notice any tightness or holding in your toes, the arches of your feet, your ankles. As you bring your awareness to each area, imagine warmth flowing there, gently inviting those muscles to soften and let go. There's no effort needed. Simply your attention and permission for release. Moving slowly up to your calves, feel that same warm, soothing energy rising. Notice how your calves can relax a little more with each breath. Then to your knees, your thighs, those large muscles that work so hard to carry you through your day. They deserve this time to rest completely. Your attention drifts to your hips now, feeling them grow heavy against the surface beneath you. With each breath, they sink a little deeper, a little more completely into rest. Your lower back, which bears so much of your daily strain, can release now. Feel the small of your back softening, the tension melting away like snow in gentle sunlight. Moving up to your middle back, your shoulder blades, your upper back, all releasing, all surrendering to gravity's gentle pull. Your shoulders, often carrying invisible burdens, can drop now. Feel them moving away from your ears, creating space, finding their natural, relaxed position. Your attention flows down your arms, through your elbows, your forearms, your wrists. Feel the release continuing all the way to your fingertips, which may begin to feel pleasantly heavy, or perhaps slightly tingly as relaxation deepens. Your neck and throat soften now, allowing your head to be fully supported. The back of your head feels heavy, perfectly cradled. Your scalp relaxes, and this wave of relaxation washes over your face, your jaw unclenching, your tongue resting easily, In your mouth, the tiny muscles around your eyes releasing their hold. With your body now in this state of comfortable heaviness, bring your awareness to your breath. There's no need to change it. Simply notice its natural rhythm, the gentle rise and fall of your chest, the subtle expansion of your rib cage with each inhale, the soft release as you exhale. Notice how your breath continues effortlessly, without your conscious control, inhaling and exhaling, each breath bringing fresh oxygen to nourish every cell, each exhale carrying away what you no longer need. This perfect exchange happening automatically, reliably, sustaining you without any effort on your part. As your breath continues its steady rhythm, imagine yourself in a peaceful clearing within an ancient forest. Tall trees with a silvery bark rise around you, their leaves a palette of gentle golds and soft ambers that seem to glow from within. The canopy above filters sunlight into scattered beams that dance across the forest floor as branches sway in a gentle breeze. The ground beneath you is covered with a carpet of moss, so soft and yielding it feels like the most perfect cushion. It cradles your body perfectly, supporting every curve and angle with tender care. Small flowers in shades of pale blue and lavender peek through the moss, adding delicate touches of color to the serene landscape. Listen to the gentle symphony of sounds around you, the distant, melodic calls of birds, unlike any you've heard before. Their songs containing notes that seem to hang in the air like suspended droplets of crystal. The soft rustling of leaves above creates a soothing backdrop, occasionally joined by the gentle bubbling of a stream somewhere nearby. Its waters clear and sweet. The air itself feels alive against your skin, perfectly warm, neither too hot nor too cool. It carries a subtle weight, as though it holds you in a gentle embrace. As it brushes across your face and hands, it leaves behind a sensation of tingling vitality, as if each molecule contains a tiny spark of energy that awakens something deep within you. The forest carries scents that seem to bypass your conscious mind and speak directly to some ancient part of you that remembers a time before time. There's the rich earthiness of the moss, the sweet nectar of the tiny flowers, and something else, a clean, crystalline scent that reminds you of the first morning after fresh snow, but warmer, more inviting. If peace had a scent, it might be this. Occasionally you catch the faintest taste on the air, something like honeyed sunlight, or the memory of spring water gathered in cupped hands. It brings a sense of being nourished, not just in body but in spirit, as though the very essence of the forest offers sustenance beyond mere food or drink. In this perfect sanctuary, surrounded by beauty that speaks to every sense, perhaps we can contemplate the nature of belonging. How often we search outside ourselves for a place or a connection that feels like home, when perhaps home is a feeling we carry within, a recognition, a resonance with something that awakens our truest self. Know that in this journey we're about to begin, you're perfectly safe to explore, to wander alongside our characters. You can allow your conscious mind to simply observe while your deeper self absorbs the rest and wisdom beneath the narrative. You have permission to drift, to fade in and out of the story, to follow whatever path feels most restful to your mind and spirit. And now, as your body rests in perfect comfort and your mind opens to receive, we begin our journey with the golden phoenix and the lost boy who wanders through the tapestry of universes, high above the celestial mountains, where the air shimmers with possibilities and the boundaries between worlds grow thin, the golden phoenix soared through currents of time. Unlike ordinary birds, this magnificent creature was not bound by feathers of red and gold, but composed of living flame that shifted between molten gold and soft amber light. Each wing beat left trails of sparkling embers that lingered in the air like forgotten stars before slowly fading back into the fabric of reality. The phoenix was ancient beyond measure, its eyes pools of deep wisdom that had witnessed the birth and death of countless worlds. Those eyes, sometimes amber, sometimes the blue of the hottest flame, held galaxies of memories and the quiet patience that comes only from existing across eons. Its voice, rarely used but profound when heard, could sound like the gentle chiming of distant bells or the deep resonance of mountains shifting in their ancient sleep. Across its breast, intricate patterns of light pulsed in slow, hypnotic rhythms, telling stories in a language long forgotten by mortal beings. These patterns shifted and changed as the phoenix moved between realms, adapting to the unique signature of each universe it visited. Sometimes they formed constellations unknown to human astronomers. Other times, they mimicked the flowing script of civilizations that had turned to dust millennia ago. The golden phoenix was a protector of boundaries, not to restrict movement between worlds, but to ensure harmony in the great cosmic dance of existence. It guided lost souls home, maintained the delicate equilibrium between realms, and watched over the dreamers who sometimes stumbled accidentally into spaces between worlds while their bodies slept in distant beds. For countless cycles of cosmic time, the phoenix had fulfilled its purpose with the serene dedication. It had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations across 1,000 worlds, the slow dance of galaxies embracing across the void, the gentle fading of stars, and their rebirth in brilliant nebulae. Through it all, the phoenix maintained its vigil, solitary, yet never lonely, for it was connected to the very heartbeat of existence itself. The realm the phoenix called home existed in the spaces between conventional reality, a place of perpetual twilight where mountains floated like islands in a sea of soft mist, their peaks reaching toward skies filled with stars that shone even in daylight. Rivers of light flowed between these floating lands, their currents carrying messages and memories between worlds. The air itself felt thick with possibility, as though thoughts might materialize into form if contemplated long enough. Here in the celestial mountains, the phoenix would rest between its journeys, perched upon the crystal spire that rose from the central floating island. This magnificent column of living crystal hummed with a deep, resonant tone that echoed the fundamental frequency of creation itself. The sound vibrated through the phoenix's being, replenishing its energy and connecting it to the vast network of realities it served. Throughout the ages, the phoenix had developed rituals and patterns that brought it comfort. Each dawn, it would circle the crystal spire 7 times, each circuit representing a different dimension of reality. With each passage, its golden light would intensify, preparing for the day's vigilance. At dusk, it would descend to the pools of liquid starlight at the base of the mountains, dipping its wings to gather luminescence that would sustain it through the night. On occasion, the phoenix would visit the Observatory of Ages, a vast circular chamber within the largest mountain, where the walls displayed images from countless worlds and timelines. Here, it would observe the delicate interconnections between realms, looking for disturbances or anomalies that might require its attention. It was during one such routine observation that the phoenix first noticed something unusual, a ripple in the pattern, a disruption in the flow. As the phoenix gazed into the shifting images along the observatory walls, it noticed a small figure moving where no movement should be. A child, a young boy, somehow walking between the boundaries of established realities. This was extraordinary and concerning. Humans, especially children, were not equipped to navigate the spaces between worlds. They could become eternally lost, their essence scattered across infinite possibilities. The phoenix watched with growing concern as the boy wandered from one reality fragment to another, seemingly unaware of the danger. The child appeared to be about 10 years old, with tousled dark hair and eyes that reflected too much knowledge for one so young. He wore simple clothes, loose trousers, and a tunic that seemed to shift in style and material as he moved between realities, adapting somewhat to each world he passed through, but never quite belonging anywhere. Most troubling was the boy's expression, not one of fear as might be expected, but of quiet determination, as though he were searching for something specific across the infinite expanse of existence. Occasionally he would pause and look around with a flicker of recognition, only to shake his head and continue his dangerous journey. The phoenix felt an unfamiliar sensation stir within its ancient being. Concern, yes, but something more. A resonance, perhaps. Something about this child called to the phoenix in a way it had not experienced before. After millennia of solitary purpose, this small wanderer awakened something protective and curious within the cosmic guardian. With a decision made, the golden phoenix stretched its magnificent wings, scattering motes of light across the observatory. It would find this lost child and guide him home, wherever that might be, with a powerful downstroke that sent ripples through the fabric of reality itself. The phoenix launched into the spaces between worlds, beginning a search that would lead it across the boundaries of countless universes. And so began the quest of the Golden Phoenix, a journey not just between worlds, but into the mystery of how a human child could travel paths that should have been impossible for one of his kind. As the phoenix departed the celestial mountains, the crystal spire seemed to pulse with a different frequency, as though the very heart of creation recognized that something significant had been set in motion. The soft glow of the phoenix's wings illuminated its path as it soared through the twilight realm, beyond conventional reality. Here, fragments of different worlds floated like islands in a cosmic sea. A meadow with impossible blue grass beneath a sky of shifting patterns. A city of crystal towers whose inhabitants were composed of living light. A desert where the sand grains each contained entire microscopic civilizations. The phoenix moved with purpose, following the faint trail the boy had left behind. Not footprints, but subtle disturbances in the fabric of reality, like ripples on a pond surface long after the stone is sunk to the bottom. These traces glimmered with a distinct signature, one the phoenix had never encountered before. Most beings left trails of familiar energy when they moved between worlds. Scholars of cosmic magic, dreamwalkers, the rare natural travelers born with the gift of realm shifting. But this child's trail was different. both simpler and somehow more profound, as though he moved between worlds, not through skill or inherent ability, but through some fundamental connection to the underlying structure of existence itself. As the phoenix followed this mysterious trail, it allowed itself to fully experience the sensations of flight through the boundary realms. The air here was not air as mortals understood it, but a medium that carried sensations and memories. As the phoenix glided through it, it could taste fragments of experiences from countless worlds. The salt spray of an ocean beneath 3 moons, the sweet nectar of flowers that bloomed only in the light of a dying star, the crisp clarity of mountain air from a range that circumnavigated an entire planet. The phoenix's wings left trails of golden embers that slowly dissolved back into the cosmic medium, adding the phoenix's own essence to this rich tapestry of existence. With each powerful wing beat, the phoenix felt the pleasant stretch and release of energies across its form, a reminder of its physical presence even in this realm of mostly abstract concepts and fluid reality. Occasionally, the phoenix would pause, hovering in place as it extended its senses to better trace the boy's path. In these moments of stillness, the phoenix could feel the gentle pulse of the multiverse around it, the slow, steady rhythm of creation and dissolution that formed the heartbeat of existence. This cosmic pulse resonated through the phoenix's being, aligning its own energies with the fundamental forces that sustained all realities. During one such moment of communion, the phoenix became aware of something unexpected, a soft melody drifting through the boundary realm, a song unlike any it had heard in its long existence. The notes seemed to weave between the fabric of realities, sometimes fading almost to silence before swelling again with a surprising clarity. There was something both innocent and ancient about this music, as though it were being created by someone who intuitively understood the deepest harmonies of existence. The phoenix tilted its head, its fiery crest flickering with interest. Could this music be connected to the boy? Following both the visual trail and this intriguing melody, the phoenix approached a boundary that shimmered like the surface of a soap bubble. Iridescent and delicate, beyond it lay a world that appeared at first glance quite ordinary, a forest of tall trees beneath a sky of deepening twilight. With gentle care not to disturb the delicate membrane between realities, the phoenix passed through the boundary. As it entered this new world, its appearance subtly shifted to better harmonize with local physical laws, its flame becoming less brilliant but more substantial, its form more distinctly bird-like, while still radiating a soft golden glow. Such adaptations were second nature to the ancient guardian, necessary to maintain its essence while traveling through the multitude of existences. The forest the phoenix now found itself in seemed peaceful enough, ancient trees reaching toward a sky where the first stars were beginning to appear. But the phoenix sensed immediately that this world held its own unique magic. The trees were not merely trees, but ancient sentinels with a slow, deep awareness. The stars overhead were not distant suns, but the visible manifestations of this realm's guiding spirits. And there, seated on a fallen log beside a small stream, was the boy. His back was to the phoenix as he trailed his fingers through the clear water, creating ripples that caught the fading light. The music the phoenix had followed seemed to emanate not from any instrument, but from the boy himself, or perhaps from the interaction between the boy and this forest world, a harmonious, resonance between visitor and environment, the phoenix settled on a branch some distance away, observing. It had found the wanderer more quickly than expected, but something gave it pause. The boy didn't appear distressed or lost. He seemed perfectly at ease, as though this foreign world was as familiar to him as his own home. Even more curious, the forest itself appeared to welcome him. Flowers along the stream bank turned toward him like miniature suns tracking across the sky. The ancient trees had shifted their branches to create a protective canopy above his small form. As the phoenix watched, the boy began to hum more distinctly, the sound joining with the gentle gurgle of the stream and the soft whisper of leaves overhead. The resulting harmony sent ripples of pleasant sensation through the phoenix's being, like the cosmic equivalent of a physical shiver. There was power in this simple music, not the obvious power of cosmic sorcery or technological manipulation, but something more fundamental, more pure. Suddenly, without turning, the boy spoke. "I know you're there," he said, his voice as clear and bright as the stream beside him. "You don't need to hide. I won't run away." The phoenix felt a flicker of surprise. Not many beings could sense its presence when it chose to remain unnoticed. With a soft rustle of its glowing feathers, it launched from the branch and glided to a smooth stone near the boy, manifesting more fully into this reality as it did so. The stone warmed beneath its touch, responding to the phoenix's inherent heat. Now that it was closer, the phoenix could see the boy more clearly. His face held a maturity beyond his apparent years, and his eyes, when he finally turned to look directly at the phoenix, contained depths that reminded the cosmic guardian of ancient stellar pools. Those eyes widened with wonder at the phoenix's full appearance, but showed no fear. "You're beautiful," the boy said simply, with the direct honesty that only children and the very wise ever truly manage. "Are you here to take me back?" The question caught the phoenix by surprise. It had expected confusion, perhaps fear, or at least questions about its own nature. But the boy spoke as though he had been expecting someone to come for him. Perhaps not the phoenix specifically, but someone. The phoenix considered how to respond. It rarely needed to communicate with words, and when it did, it chose them with careful precision. "You are far from where you should be," it finally said, its voice carrying the gentle chime of distant stars. The boy nodded, returning his gaze to the stream. "I know, but I'm looking for something important." His fingers resumed their dance in the water, creating patterns that seemed almost like writing in some fluid, ephemeral language. Or maybe it's looking for me. I'm not always sure which it is. The phoenix settled more comfortably on its stone, sensing that this conversation would not be as straightforward as it had anticipated. "What is your name, child who walks between worlds?" it asked. For the first time, uncertainty crossed the boy's face. He began, then paused. "I'm not sure I remember anymore. I've been called different things in different places." He looked up at the darkening sky, where stars now shone with increasing brightness. "The star singers in the crystal city called me Echo. The cloud shepherds named me Whisper. The librarians in the infinite archive said I reminded them of someone called Memory." This information troubled the phoenix. For a human to forget their original name suggested they had been wandering the multiverse far longer than any mortal should be able to survive such journeys. Either this child was far more than he appeared, or something extraordinary had happened to him. "How long have you been traveling?" the phoenix asked, keeping its voice gentle. The boy, whom the phoenix decided to think of as Echo for now, shrugged with the casual acceptance children often show for the impossible. "Always, maybe. I remember a home sometimes in dreams, but when I wake up, the details fade." A shadow of sadness passed over his young face. "I remember a woman's voice singing, and tall buildings that caught the sunset like they were made of fire. But that might have been one of the other worlds." As Echo spoke, the phoenix noticed something it had missed before. A faint, pulsing light beneath the boy's simple shirt, near his heart. The rhythm of this light matched perfectly with the subtle disturbances the phoenix had been following through the boundary realms. "May I see what you carry?" the phoenix asked, gesturing with one golden wing toward the boy's chest. Echo's hand moved protectively to the spot. "It's mine," he said quickly, then softened. "At least, I think it is. It's been with me always." After a moment's hesitation, he reached beneath his collar and withdrew a pendant on a simple cord. The phoenix leaned closer, its radiance illuminating the object. It appeared to be a crystal, roughly the size of a small plum, with facets that caught and refracted light in impossible ways. Within its depths, galaxies seemed to swirl in miniature, stars being born and dying in accelerated time. The crystal pulsed with the same rhythm as the boy's heartbeat. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that the boy's heart had synchronized with the crystal's eternal rhythm. Recognition flowed through the phoenix's being. This was not merely a crystal, but a nexus seed, one of the primordial fragments from the birth of the multiverse itself. These incredibly rare objects were said to contain the potential for entire new realities. Most were carefully guarded by the eldest cosmic entities, used only in times when new universes needed to be brought into being to maintain the balance of existence. How had such a powerful artifact come to be in the possession of a human child, and how was Echo able to use its power, seemingly unconsciously, to traverse the boundaries between worlds? The mysteries deepened. "That is a very special treasure," the phoenix said carefully. "Do you know what it does?" Echo looked down at the crystal, which seemed to pulse more brightly in response to the attention. "It helps me find the paths," he said. "When I hold it and think about needing to be somewhere else, it shows me the way between. And sometimes," he hesitated, "sometimes it shows me pictures of places I think I should remember, but don't." The phoenix's concern grew. A nexus seed contained enough power to tear reality apart if misused. That Echo had been carrying one, apparently for years, without catastrophe was remarkable. Either the boy possessed an innate harmony with the fundamental forces of creation, or the seed itself had chosen him as its guardian for some purpose. The phoenix could not yet fathom. Night had fully fallen in this forest world. The stars overhead now shone with a luminescence that painted the clearing in soft silver light. Nocturnal creatures had begun their gentle symphony, not the chirping of crickets or hooting of owls, but sounds unique to this realm. The crystalline tinkling of night-blooming flowers opening their petals, the soft percussion of luminescent moths dancing in complex patterns, the deep, subsonic rumble of the ancient trees shifting their roots in the rich soil. Echo yawned suddenly, the ordinary childlike gesture a stark reminder of his apparent humanity. Despite the extraordinary circumstances, the phoenix realized that regardless of how long this child had been wandering, or how many wonders he had seen. He was still a young being who needed rest. "You should sleep," the phoenix said. "I will watch over you." Echo nodded sleepily. "Will you still be here when I wake up?" "Most things change when I sleep. Sometimes whole worlds are different." "I will remain," the phoenix assured him. "My nature allows me to maintain consistency, even as realities shift." This seemed to satisfy the boy. He curled up on a patch of soft moss near the stream, one hand still clutching the nexus seed. The forest responded to his need for comfort, ferns uncurling to create a natural blanket, a nearby tree extending its lower branches to form a protective canopy, night-blooming flowers releasing a subtle scent that encouraged deep, peaceful sleep. As Echo's breathing slowed and deepened, the phoenix settled into its vigil. It would not need to sleep. Its cosmic nature required different forms of restoration than physical rest. Instead, it would use this time to observe the boy more carefully and consider what it had learned. The nexus seed continued to pulse gently against Echo's chest, its rhythm now synchronized perfectly with the boy's heartbeat and breath. The phoenix extended its senses, trying to understand the nature of the connection between the child and this powerful artifact. What it discovered was both wondrous and troubling. The seed had bonded with Echo at a fundamental level, its energies intertwined with his life force in a way the phoenix had never witnessed before. This explained how the human child could survive the boundary realms that would tear apart most physical beings. The seed was protecting him, sustaining him, perhaps even guiding him, though toward what end, the phoenix could not determine. As the night deepened, the phoenix maintained its watch, its soft golden glow providing a gentle nightlight that kept shadows at bay. It contemplated the sleeping child and the extraordinary journey that must lie ahead. For the phoenix now understood that returning Echo to his original home would not be as simple as retracing his steps. The mystery of his connection to the nexus seed would need to be unraveled, and the purpose behind his seemingly random wanderings discovered. For now, though, the most important thing was that the lost boy had been found. He was safe, at least temporarily, under the phoenix's protection, and tomorrow would bring the first steps of a new journey, one they would take together. The night passed in gentle tranquility. The forest's nocturnal rhythms created a soothing backdrop, a natural lullaby that seemed to deepen Echo's peaceful sleep. The phoenix remained vigilant, occasionally extending its awareness to ensure no threats approached from either this world or the boundary realms beyond. During the deepest part of night, when even the forest's ancient consciousness had settled into a meditative state, the phoenix noticed something extraordinary. As Echo dreamed, tiny motes of light emerged from the nexus seed, dancing around the sleeping boy like microscopic fireflies. These lights formed patterns in the air, fleeting images that appeared and dissolved like half-remembered dreams. The phoenix watched with fascination as these light memories played out scenes from what it suspected were fragments of Echo's past. A gleaming city of impossible architecture that seemed to both float above clouds and be anchored deep within a mountain. A garden where the plants responded to music, dancing and changing colors as melodies shifted. A library with books that contained moving images rather than static words. And repeatedly, a woman with kind eyes and a sad smile, reaching out as if to touch Echo's face. this image appeared more frequently than others and lingered longer before dissolving back into sparkling motes. The phoenix sensed this might be significant. Perhaps someone from Echo's original home, someone connected to his true identity. As dawn approached, the light memories faded, returning to the crystal. Echo stirred, his face peaceful, showing no signs of distress from through night's unconscious revelations. The forest around them awakened with the first hints of dawn, leaves turning toward the east, where the sky had begun to lighten, nocturnal flowers folding their petals, while their daylight counterparts prepared to bloom. Echo opened his eyes, immediately looking to where the phoenix perched. A smile of genuine delight spread across his face when he confirmed the cosmic guardian had kept its promise to remain. "You're still here," he said, his voice carrying the clear tones of morning. "As I said I would be," the phoenix replied, shifting its position to catch the first direct rays of sunlight that filtered through the canopy. The light strengthened its form, the golden flames of its feathers burning more brightly as they absorbed this world's solar energy. Echo sat up, the fern blanket that had covered him during the night gently uncurling and returning to its natural position. He reached for the stream, cupping crystal clear water in his hands to drink and splash over his face. The water droplets caught the dawn light, creating tiny rainbows that hovered momentarily in the air around him. "I dreamed about her again," Echo said casually, as though continuing a conversation they had been having all along. The woman with the sad eyes. She was trying to tell me something important, but I couldn't hear the words, just the shape of them. He frowned slightly. "That happens a lot." The phoenix considered this information. "The one from your original home, perhaps?" Echo shrugged, plucking a ripe berry from a nearby bush and examining it with interest before popping it into his mouth. "Maybe. Everything gets mixed up after a while. I've seen so many people in so many places." He chewed thoughtfully. "But she feels different. More real somehow." As they spoke, the phoenix became aware of a subtle change in the forest around them. The trees were growing more attentive, their ancient consciousness focusing on Echo with increasing intensity. The stream's burbling took on a more deliberate rhythm, almost like language. Even the morning breeze seemed to carry purpose as it ruffled Echo's dark hair. Echo noticed it too, his head tilting as he listened to something beyond ordinary hearing. "They're telling us it's time to move on," he translated, apparently understanding the forest's communication in a way the phoenix found impressive for a being so young. "This reality is starting to recognize me as an anomaly. If we stay much longer, it will try to incorporate me into its patterns." The phoenix had witnessed such phenomena before, realities attempting to naturalize foreign elements by weaving them into local physical laws and narrative structures. For most travelers, this process took weeks or months to become dangerous. That this realm was already responding so strongly to Echo's presence suggested the boy's connection to the multiverse ran deeper than even the phoenix had suspected. "Then we should indeed move on," the phoenix agreed, rising to its full height, wings partially extended. "But first, I would ask you something. In your wanderings across realities, have you been searching for a way home, or simply exploring?" Echo's expression grew distant as he contemplated the question. The Nexus seed pulsed more rapidly against his chest, as though responding to his emotions. "Both, I think. I want to find where I belong, but I also feel like I'm supposed to be looking for something specific. His small fingers absently traced the outline of the crystal beneath his shirt. Sometimes I think the crystal is helping me search, but I don't know what we're searching for. The phoenix had suspected as much. Nexus seeds were semi-sentient in their own alien way. This one had likely bonded with Echo for a purpose, perhaps to find something only a human child could locate, or to fulfill some cosmic function that required the unique perspective of a young, adaptable mind. Then we shall search together, the phoenix decided. I am skilled in navigating the multiverse and understanding its patterns. Perhaps together we can discover both what the seed seeks and the location of your true home. Echo's face brightened with the first real hope the phoenix had seen in him. You'll help me? For how long? Until we find answers, the phoenix said simply. In its long existence, it had never taken on such an open-ended commitment to a single being. Yet something about this lost child with the power of creation hanging around his neck called to the phoenix's deepest nature as a guardian and guide. We should begin by attempting to understand the Nexus seed's pattern of movement, the phoenix continued. Have you noticed any consistency in the types of worlds it leads you to? Echo considered this as he gathered a few more berries for breakfast. Places with music, often, he said after a moment, and worlds where things are connected in unusual ways, like the place where people's shadows told the truth even when they lied, or the city where buildings grew from seeds and changed shape, depending on who lived in them. The phoenix absorbed this information. Harmony, interconnection, truth beneath illusion, adaptive structures. These concepts might offer clues to what the seed was seeking, or they might simply reflect Echo's own unconscious preferences as he influenced the seed's directional choices. The forest's communication was growing more insistent now, the breeze strengthening, the trees creaking as they shifted their massive trunks. Time was growing short. How do you usually transition between realms? The phoenix asked. Echo stood, brushing off his simple clothes. I just hold the crystal and think about needing to be elsewhere. It shows me the thin spots, the places where I can step through. He looked around the clearing. There's one forming now, by that tall tree with the twisted trunk. The phoenix followed his gaze and extended its multidimensional senses. Indeed, a boundary transition was developing exactly where Echo had indicated. A subtle thinning of local reality, like fabric wearing transparent after too many washings. That the boy could perceive such phenomena with his limited human senses was remarkable. Shall we? Echo asked, already moving toward the boundary spot. There was an eagerness in his step that spoke of a traveler's excitement for new horizons, despite the underlying quest for home. The phoenix moved alongside him, its golden light creating a protective aura around them both. Together, it confirmed, but remain close to me as we transition. The boundary realms can be unpredictable. Echo nodded, withdrawing the Nexus seed from beneath his shirt. In the direct morning light, the crystal's internal galaxies were less visible, but the phoenix could still sense the immense power contained within its faceted structure. Echo held the seed in both hands, closing his eyes in concentration. The boundary spot responded, widening and taking on an opalescent sheen. Through it, the phoenix could glimpse fragments of another reality, a place of curved architecture and skies tinted with pale lavender. Ready? Echo asked, offering his Small Hand to the Phoenix, the cosmic guardian, created a more solid manifestation of its wingtip, something the boy could grasp without being burned by its essential fire. Together they stepped toward the threshold between worlds. The forest around them seemed to sigh, a sound of both farewell and relief. As the anomalous visitors prepared to depart, birds called in complex patterns overhead. Flowers turned to track their movement, and the ancient trees bent their branches in what might have been a gesture of blessing. As they reached the threshold, Echo looked back once at the peaceful clearing that had sheltered them. "Thank you," he said simply to the forest world. Then, with the confident step of one who had made such transitions countless times before, he crossed the boundary, the phoenix moving in perfect synchrony beside him. The sensation of reality shifting enveloped them, that peculiar stretching and compression of existence that occurred in the moments between worlds. Colors blurred, physical laws renegotiated their terms, and possibilities expanded infinitely before collapsing back into the specific configuration of their destination. For a heartbeat or an eternity, they existed everywhere and nowhere. Their essences stretched across the magnificent tapestry of the multiverse. The Phoenix, accustomed to such transitions, maintained its coherence easily, more impressively. Echo seemed entirely comfortable in this state of quantum uncertainty, his small form somehow adapting to the impossible physics of interreality travel. Then, with the gentlest of landings, they arrived in a new world, the lavender sky. The Phoenix had glimpsed through the boundary was now a vast canopy above them. They stood on a plateau of smooth, pale stone that curved upward at its edges, like a shallow bowl. In the distance, structures that resembled architecture but might have been massive sculptures rose in graceful spirals, their surfaces catching the light of 3 small suns, positioned at different points in the sky. The air here was thinner than in the forest realm, carrying a slight metallic scent that tingled in the nostrils. Sound behaved differently too. The gentle whisper of wind across the plateau's surface created harmonic overtones that lingered longer than they should have, as though the atmosphere itself were designed for music. Echo turned in a slow circle, taking in their new surroundings with the careful attention the Phoenix had come to expect from him. "I don't think I've been here before," he said, his voice triggering a subtle cascade of harmonics in the responsive air. "But it feels, I don't know, important somehow." The Phoenix extended its senses, trying to understand what made this particular reality stand out among the countless worlds they might have transitioned to. There was something unusual about the fundamental properties here. The way energy flowed between objects, the particular frequency at which atoms vibrated, the relationship between time and space. "This place exists at a junction point in the multiverse," the Phoenix observed. "Many potential realities converge here." It had visited such nexus worlds before, though rarely. They tended to be unstable, their physical laws prone to sudden shifts as different possibility streams temporarily gained dominance. Echo nodded as though this made perfect sense to him. "The crystal feels different here, heavier." He withdrew the nexus seed from beneath his shirt again, holding it up to the triple sunlight. Within its depths, the miniature galaxies swirled with increased activity, and new colors appeared, deep purples and blues that hadn't been visible before. As they both studied the crystal, a sound reached them, a sustained note so pure It seemed to bypass the ears and resonate directly within the mind. Echo turned toward the source, his expression one of recognition, though he had claimed never to have visited this world before. "Someone's calling us," he said with absolute certainty. The Phoenix perceived it too, not as a literal call, but as a focused attention, an awareness directed specifically toward them from one of the distant spiral structures. Something or someone had noticed their arrival and was reaching out. "Let us approach carefully," the Phoenix advised. Nexus worlds can harbor entities of great power, and not all are benevolent. Echo returned the crystal to its place against his chest, but kept one hand resting over it protectively. "I think it will be okay," he said with the simple confidence of a child. "The crystal brought us here for a reason." They began to move across the curved stone plateau toward the nearest of the spiral structures. As they drew closer, details became clearer. What had appeared to be a building or sculpture revealed itself as something more organic, a massive form that resembled a conch shell enlarged to architectural proportions. Its surface had the iridescent quality of mother of pearl, but shifted colors subtly as they watched, responding either to the changing angle of the triple suns or to some internal process. The sustained note they had heard continued, occasionally shifting to include harmonics and counterpoint melodies that reminded the Phoenix of ancient celestial languages used by star beings in distant galaxies. There was communication happening here, though not in any conventional form. Echo walked with increasing purpose, as though drawn forward by more than curiosity. The Nexus seed pulsed visibly now, its light strong enough to be seen through the fabric of his shirt. The Phoenix kept pace beside him, alert for any sign of danger, but sensing none, only a growing feeling of significance, as though they approached a moment long prepared for in the grand cosmic design. As they neared the base of the spiral structure, an opening appeared, not a door that swung aside, but a section of the pearlescent surface that simply phased out of existence, creating a perfectly circular entrance. Beyond it lay an interior space bathed in soft, diffuse light that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Echo paused at the threshold, looking up at the Phoenix. "Together?" he asked, echoing their earlier exchange. The Phoenix inclined, its head in agreement, and they stepped into the spiral structure as one. The interior was a single vast chamber that curved upward, following the spiral pattern visible from outside, but where the exterior had been opaque, the interior walls were translucent, allowing the light of the three suns to filter through in patterns that created constantly shifting mandalas across the smooth floor. These light patterns were not random. They formed symbols and equations of extraordinary complexity, a mathematical language written in illumination. At the center of the chamber stood a being unlike any the Phoenix had encountered in its long existence. It appeared at first glance to be composed entirely of filaments of light, thousands of luminous threads woven into a roughly humanoid form that stood perhaps twice Echo's height. Upon closer observation, the Phoenix realized these filaments were actually conduits of pure information, carrying patterns and frequencies that formed the entity's true body. It was a being of organized energy rather than matter, a consciousness that existed as a stable pattern within the quantum field itself. The sustained note they had been following emanated from this light being, produced not by anything resembling vocal cords, but by the precise modulation of the energy flowing through its filament body. Echo showed no fear as he approached this extraordinary entity. If anything, his expression reflected a strange familiarity, as though he were meeting someone he had known in a dream, but couldn't quite place in waking life. The light being's form shifted slightly, some of its filaments reconfiguring into what might have been a gesture of greeting. The musical note it produced changed, becoming a sequence of tones that somehow conveyed meaning. To the Phoenix's surprise, Echo responded, not with words, but by humming a sequence of notes that seemed to answer the light being's communication. The Nexus seed glowed brightly, pulsing in rhythm with Echo's improvised melody. The light being's filaments brightened in what the Phoenix interpreted as recognition, or perhaps excitement. It produced a more complex series of tones, and the light patterns on the floor shifted in response, creating new mathematical equations that spiraled outward from where the entity stood. Echo turned to the Phoenix, his eyes wide with wonder and a growing understanding. "It's a keeper," he said. "It watches over the intersections between realities." And he hesitated, his small hand pressing against the crystal beneath his shirt. "And I think it knows what the seed is looking for." The Phoenix moved closer, its golden radiance interacting with the light being's filaments to create new patterns of illumination where their energies overlapped. "Can you understand its communication?" the Phoenix asked Echo. The boy nodded, not exactly in words, more like feelings and pictures and music all together. His forehead creased in concentration. "It says the seed is a fragment of something larger, something that was broken long ago when the multiverse was still young." This aligned with what the Phoenix knew of Nexus seeds. They were primordial fragments, remnants from the earliest eras of creation. But the concept that they were pieces of a formerly whole entity was new information, not part of the cosmic lore the Phoenix had accumulated through the ages. The light being continued its melodic communication, the mathematical patterns on the floor growing more complex, some forming three-dimensional projections that hovered in the air. Echo listened intently, occasionally humming responsive phrases, as though participating in a conversation the Phoenix could only partially comprehend. "There were 12 seeds," Echo translated after a particularly elaborate exchange, "scattered across the different dimensions to protect them from something dangerous." He frowned. "I can't quite understand what the threat was. Something about reality becoming too rigid, patterns becoming fixed when they needed to remain fluid." The light being's filaments rippled in what might have been confirmation, and it produced a sequence of tones that caused the Nexus seed to pulse strongly, each beat sending waves of light across Echo's small frame. "The seeds have been gathering themselves," Echo continued, his voice taking on a slightly different quality, as though the knowledge he shared came not entirely from his own understanding. "Finding guardians to carry them, bringing them together again. Mine is the 7th to be found." The Phoenix absorbed this extraordinary information. If true, it suggested that Echo's seemingly random wanderings had in fact been the seed's deliberate navigation, seeking its scattered siblings across the vast expanse of the multiverse. "And what happens when all 12 are reunited?" the Phoenix asked, directing the question to both Echo and the light being. The chamber's illumination shifted dramatically, the mathematical patterns converging toward the center where the light being stood. A three-dimensional projection formed in the air, a complex geometric structure that the Phoenix recognized as a model of interdimensional space-time, showing the connections and boundaries between different reality systems. Echo studied this projection with surprising comprehension for one so young. When the seeds come together, they'll create something new, he said slowly. Not a universe, exactly, but a place between places, a realm where everything is possible, but nothing is fixed. His eyes widened as understanding deepened. A home for people like me, people who don't belong in just one reality. This concept resonated with the Phoenix throughout its long vigil as a guardian of boundaries. It had encountered many beings who existed in the uncomfortable spaces between established realities, dream walkers, probability shifters, those born during rare cosmic conjunctions that placed them partially in multiple dimensions at once. Such beings often lived troubled lives, never fully at home anywhere, their very existence sometimes threatening the stability of the realities they visited. The thought that the Nexus seeds might be gathering to create a safe haven for such between-space beings was both beautiful and profound. It suggested a level of compassionate design within the multiverse itself, a system that not only expanded through new universe creation, but also adapted to care for the anomalous beings produced by its own complexity. The light being's musical communication took on a questioning tone, directed specifically at Echo. The boy listened intently, then nodded. It's asking if I'll continue to carry the seed, he told the Phoenix, to help find the remaining 5. He looked down at the crystal, visible through his shirt, his expression thoughtful. I think that's why I can't remember where I came from clearly. The seed needed someone who wasn't too strongly tied to any one reality. The Phoenix considered the implications of this, the boy's extraordinary journey across the multiverse, his apparent comfort with the boundary realms, his intuitive understanding of different reality systems. All suggested he might indeed be uniquely suited for this cosmic task. But he was, still, in form at least, a human child, and the Phoenix had responsibilities as a guardian. This is a significant burden for one so young, the Phoenix observed. To wander between worlds indefinitely, searching for artifacts of primordial power. Echo looked up at the Phoenix, his eyes reflecting the shifting light patterns that filled the chamber. But I wouldn't be alone anymore, he said simply. You found me. You could help me look. The request caught the Phoenix by surprise, though perhaps it shouldn't have. Their paths had crossed for a reason. The Phoenix had sensed the disturbance in the cosmic pattern and chosen to investigate. Perhaps this was not mere coincidence, but part of a larger design unfolding across the tapestry of existence. Before the Phoenix could respond, the light being produced a new sequence of tones, causing the mathematical projections to reconfigure. Now they showed not just the model of interdimensional space, but specific pathways through it, glowing threads that connected their current location to distant points in the multiverse. It's showing us where to look next, Echo explained, studying the new projections with intense focus. The Keeper can't leave this nexus point, but it can see connections others can't. His small finger traced one of the glowing pathways. This one feels right. The next seed is somewhere along this path. The Phoenix observed the indicated route through the multiverse. It led through several reality systems, the Phoenix was familiar with, and others it had never visited. The journey would be long and likely full of unexpected challenges. Yet the purpose behind it, the creation of a home realm for between-space beings, resonated deeply with the Phoenix's nature as a guardian of cosmic harmony. The light being's filaments shifted again, forming what appeared to be a gesture of offering. At the same time, a small section of its luminous body separated, a glowing orb about the size of a marble that floated toward Echo. The boy accepted this gift with cupped hands, eyes wide with wonder as the orb settled into his palms. "It's a fragment of itself," he told the Phoenix, "a guide that can help us navigate the pathways it showed us." The orb pulsed once, then dissolved into Echo's skin, leaving behind a subtle pattern of light that traced across his palms like luminous fingerprints before fading from visible sight. The boy flexed his fingers experimentally, a smile of delight crossing his face as faint traces of light followed the movement. "It feels warm," he said, "and I can sense the path now, even without seeing it, like a memory of a road I've traveled before." The Phoenix understood what had happened. The Keeper had shared a portion of its awareness with Echo, a living map that would help them navigate the complex route to the next seed. Such a gift represented extraordinary trust from a being that existed to maintain the integrity of intersecting realities. The light being's musical communication changed again, becoming softer, almost like a lullaby. The mathematical patterns on the floor slowed their constant shifting, settling into more stable configurations. Echo yawned suddenly, the events of the day catching up with his young body's need for rest. "It says we should rest here before continuing our journey," he translated, his words interrupted by another yawn. "This is a safe place, protected from the attention of anything that might interfere with the seed's gathering." The Phoenix agreed with this wisdom. The boy needed rest, and the Phoenix itself could benefit from time to process all they had learned. The implications of the Nexus seed's purpose and Echo's role in their gathering were profound, requiring careful consideration. The light being gestured toward an alcove that had appeared in the curved wall of the chamber, a space perfectly sized for Echo to rest comfortably. The floor there looked softer than the rest of the chamber, almost cushion-like in its texture. Echo moved toward this prepared resting place, his steps growing heavy with approaching sleep. The Phoenix followed, maintaining its protective presence as Echo settled onto the soft surface. The light being's musical tones shifted to a soothing, repetitive pattern that seemed designed to encourage peaceful rest. "Will you stay close?" Echo asked the Phoenix, his eyes already beginning to close. "I will remain beside you," the Phoenix assured him, settling its luminous form near the alcove. "Rest deeply. Our journey ahead may be long." Echo nodded sleepily, one hand still resting protectively over the Nexus seed beneath his shirt. "I'm glad you found me," he murmured as sleep began to claim him. "I was getting tired of being lost all alone." The Phoenix watched as the boy's breathing deepened and his features relaxed into the perfect peace of childhood sleep. Across the chamber, the light being continued its gentle musical accompaniment, the tones now perfectly synchronized with Echo's breathing rhythm. As the boy slept, the Phoenix and the Keeper communicated in their own way, not through words or even music, but through the direct exchange of concept patterns that transcended conventional language. The Phoenix shared its knowledge of boundary, realms and its concerns about a human child undertaking such an extraordinary cosmic task. The Keeper responded with deeper context about the Nexus Seed's purpose and its belief that Echo had been precisely the right vessel for the seventh seed, his very nature as a between-spaces being, making him uniquely suitable. Through this exchange, the Phoenix came to understand that Echo was not entirely human, as it had assumed. His origins lay in one of the rare hybridized reality zones, where multiple universe systems overlapped naturally, places where beings often developed with inherent multiverse adaptation abilities. Such children were extraordinarily rare and precious, their perspectives spanning realities in a way few entities could achieve. This explained much about Echo's comfort with boundary transitions and his intuitive understanding of different reality systems. He wasn't just a lost boy carrying a cosmic artifact. He was himself a unique bridge between worlds, perhaps even born for the very purpose he now fulfilled. As this understanding settled within the Phoenix's consciousness, it felt its purpose align more completely with Echo's journey. The Phoenix had always been a guardian of boundaries and a guide for those who traveled between worlds. In helping Echo gather the remaining Nexus Seeds, it would be fulfilling its deepest nature while participating in a process of cosmic significance, the creation of a home realm for beings who had never truly belonged anywhere. The light being seemed to sense this shift in the Phoenix's perspective, its filaments brightening in what might have been approval. Together, they would watch over the sleeping child who carried within him one of the universe's most profound mysteries. And tomorrow, they would begin the search for the next piece in this cosmic puzzle. As Echo slept peacefully in the alcove, his dreams were unusually vivid and coherent. The Nexus Seed pulsed gently against his chest, its rhythm perfectly synchronized with his heartbeat. Within the dream space created by this harmony, Echo walked through memories that felt both foreign and intimately familiar, fragments of his original home. He saw tall spires that seemed to be made of crystallized music, their surfaces humming with melodies that changed depending on the time of day and the emotions of those who dwelled within them. He wandered through gardens where plants responded to thought rather than touch, their blossoms unfurling in patterns that reflected the mind of the observer. He heard voices speaking in a language that operated on multiple levels simultaneously, surface meanings layered over deeper concepts that could only be grasped through intuitive understanding rather than literal translation. Most frequently, he returned to the image of the woman with sad, kind eyes. In his dream, her features were clearer than they had ever been in his waking recollections. She had hair that shifted color like the surface of a soap bubble, and her hands moved as she spoke, leaving trails of soft light in the air that formed supporting illustrations to her words. She was explaining something important to a younger version of himself, something about his unique nature and a responsibility he would one day carry. In the dream, Echo could almost hear her words, almost grasp their meaning. The knowledge hovered just beyond his conscious reach, like a forgotten name that sits on the tip of the tongue. The frustration of this almost remembering caused him to stir in his sleep, his small body shifting restlessly. Immediately, the Phoenix moved closer, its golden light taking on a deeper, warmer hue that radiated comfort. At the same time, the Keeper's musical tones adjusted, becoming more soothing, helping to ease Echo back into deeper rest. The boy settled again, his dreams shifting to less challenging visions. the simple wonders he had witnessed in his travels across the multiverse, beautiful moments of connection with the many beings he had encountered. Hours passed in the Nexus realm, the three suns moving through their unusual orbits, creating new patterns of filtered light across the chamber floor. The Phoenix maintained its vigilant presence beside Echo, occasionally communicating with the route keeper about the path that lay ahead and the potential challenges they might face in their search for the next seed. When Echo finally began to awaken, it was with the gradual, peaceful transition of one who has rested deeply and well. His eyes opened slowly, focusing first on the Phoenix's radiant form beside him, then widening to take in the spectacular chamber with its translucent walls and mathematical light patterns. "I remembered more this time," he said immediately, sitting up and rubbing sleep from his eyes. "About where I came from. It's a place where music and mathematics are the same thing, where buildings can think and grow." He looked down at his hands, where the faint, luminous pattern from the Keeper's gift occasionally flickered beneath his skin. "I think I was sent away for a reason, to find the seeds, but also to be safe from something." The Phoenix had suspected as much from its exchange with the Keeper. "Your home realm may have recognized your unique nature," it suggested gently. "Perhaps those who cared for you understood you had a greater purpose in the multiverse." Echo considered this, his expression unusually mature as he processed the implications. "The woman in my dreams, I think she's my mother. She knew what I was meant to do before I did." A shadow of sadness crossed his face. "I wish I could remember everything about her, about home." The light being, which had maintained a respectful distance during Echo's awakening, now approached. Its filamentous form rippled with what seemed to be sympathetic understanding as it produced a gentle sequence of tones. Echo listened, then nodded. "The Keeper says my memories will become clearer as we find more of the seeds. Each one we gather will help restore what's been hidden." He looked up at the Phoenix. "And when all 12 are brought together, I'll remember everything, and I'll have a choice to make." "What choice?" the Phoenix asked, intrigued by this new information. Echo's forehead creased in concentration as he attempted to translate the Keeper's musical communication, whether to return to my original home or to stay in the new realm the seeds will create. His hand moved unconsciously to the crystal beneath his shirt. I think that's what all the seed carriers will decide, where they truly belong." This added another layer of meaning to their quest, not just the gathering of ancient artifacts or the creation of a haven for between-space beings, but a journey of self-discovery and ultimate choice for each of the seed carriers, including Echo himself. The light being produced another musical phrase, this one more urgent in tone. The mathematical patterns on the floor shifted in response, some forming directional indicators that pointed toward the chamber's entrance. "It says we should begin our journey soon," Echo translated. "The pathway it showed us is most stable right now, but that could change if we wait too long. Realities are always shifting at the edges." The Phoenix knew this to be true. The connections between worlds were never fixed, but existed in states of constant flux, sometimes wide and easily traversed, other times narrowed to the point where passage became nearly impossible. If the Keeper had identified an optimal path to the next seed, they would be wise to follow it while conditions remained favorable. "Are you prepared to continue?" the Phoenix asked Echo. It would not have been surprised if the boy had wanted more time to rest, to process all they had learned in this Nexus realm. But Echo was already standing, brushing off his simple clothes and checking that the Nexus seed was secure beneath his shirt. "I'm ready," he said with the resilience of youth. "The next seed has been waiting a long time. We shouldn't make it wait any longer." The light being moved toward them, its filamentous form elongating slightly as it reached out in what seemed to be a gesture of blessing or farewell. It produced a complex melody that filled the chamber with resonant overtones, causing both the walls and the floor to vibrate subtly in response. Echo closed his eyes, absorbing this final communication. When he opened them again, there was new knowledge reflected in their depths. "It's giving us a final gift," he told the Phoenix, "a proper name for our quest. In its language, it would translate to something like the gathering of scattered light. But it's more than just words. It's a concept that exists in the spaces between realities." The Phoenix inclined its head in acknowledgement of this significant naming. In many cosmic traditions, the true name of a quest or journey held power. It could open paths that might otherwise remain closed, or provide protection against forces that would interfere. With a final musical phrase that somehow managed to convey both encouragement and caution, the keeper withdrew to the center of the chamber. The entrance through which they had entered the spiral structure reappeared, showing the curved stone plateau beyond and the lavender sky with its 3 suns. Echo took a deep breath, then held out his hand to the Phoenix, just as he had done when they made their first transition together. "The path is this way," he said with quiet confidence, the luminous pattern briefly visible beneath the skin of his palm. "I can feel it." The Phoenix created a solid manifestation of its wingtip once more, connecting with the boy who had become not just its charge, but its partner in a journey of profound cosmic significance. Together they moved toward the entrance, stepping out onto the plateau, where the thin air carried the metallic scent that had greeted them upon their arrival. Echo paused briefly, looking back at the spiral structure that housed the keeper. "Thank you," he said simply, his voice carrying unusual resonance in this realm's responsive atmosphere. The entire structure seemed to pulse once in acknowledgement, the pearlescent surface briefly intensifying to a brilliant white before returning to its opalescent shimmer. Then the entrance sealed itself, becoming indistinguishable from the rest of the curved wall. "This way," Echo said, turning with purpose toward the edge of the plateau, where the curved stone began to slope downward. The Phoenix moved alongside him, its golden radiance creating a protective aura around them both. As they walked, Echo described what he was sensing through the Keeper's gift, a pathway that existed not in physical space, but in the probability matrix that connected different reality systems. To follow it, they would need to find a specific transition point where the boundary between this Nexus realm and the broader multiverse had particular properties. "It's like looking for a doorway. That's exactly the right shape," Echo explained, his face intent with concentration. "Not just any boundary spot will work if we want to stay on the path." The Phoenix was impressed by the boy's growing understanding of interdimensional travel. Most beings who managed to traverse realities did so with far less precision, often arriving at unintended destinations due to their inability to perceive the subtle qualities of boundary transitions. They continued across the plateau, moving beyond the area dominated by the spiral structures. The landscape changed gradually, the smooth stone giving way to formations that resembled crystallized waves frozen in mid-motion. The triple suns had shifted position, their combined light now casting multiple overlapping shadows that moved in ways that didn't always correspond to their physical movements. Another reminder of this realm's unusual properties. After what might have been an hour of walking, time being somewhat difficult to measure precisely in a Nexus world, Echo stopped. They stood at the edge of what appeared to be a precipice, beyond which lay not a drop, but a shimmering curtain of energy that rippled like the surface of a vertical pond. "This is it," Echo said quietly. "The transition point." The Phoenix extended its senses, analyzing the boundary before them. The boy had chosen well. This was indeed a threshold with unique properties, a place where multiple reality streams converged before separating again into distinct universes. Such junctions were rare and powerful, allowing for more controlled passage between dimensions than standard boundary spots. The next seed is not directly connected to this point, Echo continued, his forehead creasing with effort as he interpreted the guidance provided by the Keeper's gift. "We'll need to travel through 3 different realities to reach it. This is just the beginning of the path." The Phoenix had expected as much. Direct routes to objects of power like the Nexus seeds were rarely possible, whether by cosmic design or as a natural consequence of the multiverse's structure. Such artifacts tended to be accessible only through indirect approaches. "I will follow your guidance," the Phoenix told Echo. "You can perceive the path in ways I cannot." Echo nodded, his expression serious with the responsibility. The Nexus seed pulsed visibly beneath his shirt, its rhythm seeming to intensify as they prepared for transition. The boy took a deep breath, then reached out to touch the shimmering energy curtain before them. The boundary responded to his touch, rippling outward from the point of contact, like disturbed water. Colors swirled within its translucent surface. Not just the visible spectrum, but hues that existed only in other reality systems, colors for which human languages had no names. "Ready?" Echo asked, glancing up at the Phoenix with a small smile that contained both nervousness and excitement. "Ready," the Phoenix confirmed, its golden light brightening in preparation for the transition. Echo stepped forward into the boundary, the Phoenix moving in perfect synchrony beside him. The familiar sensation of reality shifting enveloped them, that moment of existing everywhere and nowhere. Their essences stretched across multiple possibility states before coalescing into their new destination. When the transition completed, they found themselves in a world dramatically different from the Nexus realm they had left behind. Gone was the lavender sky with its triple suns. Instead, they stood in what appeared to be a vast library extending farther than the eye could see in all directions. Bookshelves reached impossibly high, their tops lost in distant shadows. The air carried the comforting smell of old paper and the subtle energy of accumulated knowledge. Echo looked around with wide-eyed wonder. "I've never been in a library this big before," he whispered, his voice automatically adjusting to the hushed atmosphere that seemed appropriate in such a place. The Phoenix had encountered similar repositories of knowledge in its travels, places where information was not just stored, but venerated, treated as something precious and alive. These great libraries existed in multiple realities, each with their own specialties and organizational systems, but all sharing a common purpose: the preservation of wisdom across time. This appears to be one of the great archives, the Phoenix observed quietly. Places where knowledge is gathered from across multiple reality systems. Echo nodded, the luminous pattern briefly visible beneath the skin of his palm as he oriented himself. "The path continues through here," he said, pointing down one of the countless aisles between towering bookshelves. "But I think we need to find something specific before we can move on." This aligned with the Phoenix's experience of multiverse travel. Sometimes passages between worlds required keys or tokens, objects that harmonized with the destination reality in specific ways. In a great archive, such a key would likely be information rather than a physical item. They began moving down the indicated aisle, their progress accompanied only by the subtle creaking of ancient wooden shelves and the occasional whisper of pages turning somewhere in the distance. Although they could see no other beings, the Phoenix sensed they were not alone. Great archives were typically maintained by dedicated guardians, whose forms often blended with the library itself. Echo moved with increasing purpose, occasionally pausing to inspect shelf markers or to hold up his palm, checking the luminous guidance pattern against their surroundings. The books they passed were of every conceivable size and material, from tiny volumes that could fit in a child's palm to massive tomes requiring multiple bearers, bound in materials ranging from simple cloth to what appeared to be thin sheets of hammered starlight. After navigating a complex series of turns through the seemingly endless stacks, Echo stopped before a section where the books appeared older than those they had passed previously. The shelves here were made of a darker wood, polished by countless hands over uncounted years. The volumes they held were uniformly bound in deep blue leather that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the ambient light. "It's here somewhere," Echo murmured, his fingers trailing lightly across the spines of the books. The Nexus seed pulsed with increased frequency beneath his shirt, responding to their proximity to whatever information they sought. The Phoenix remained close, its senses alert for any approach from the archive's guardians. While such entities were rarely hostile, they could be extremely protective of their collections, particularly the older and more valuable sections. Echo's hand suddenly paused on a volume slightly smaller than its neighbors. Unlike the uniform blue binding of the surrounding books, this one was covered in what appeared to be pale, pearlescent material that reminded the Phoenix of the Keeper's spiral structure in the Nexus realm. "This one," Echo said, with quiet certainty. He carefully removed the book from its place, handling it with instinctive reverence. As the volume came free of the shelf, a subtle vibration passed through the surrounding air, like the nearly inaudible tone of a crystal goblet lightly struck. The Phoenix sensed movement in the shadows between distant shelves. The archive guardians had noticed the disturbance. "We may have company soon," it warned softly. Echo nodded, already opening them, book with careful hands. The pages within were not paper, but some thinner, more resilient material that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The text was written in a script neither of them had seen before, not letters or pictographs, but complex patterns that somehow conveyed meaning directly to the mind when observed. As Echo studied the patterns, his expression shifted from concentration to wonder. "It's a map," he breathed, "not of physical space, but of the connections between seeds. It shows how they're calling to each other across the multiverse." The Phoenix moved closer. its own ancient knowledge helping to interpret the complex information presented in the unusual text. Indeed, the patterns described a network of resonances between 12 distinct points scattered across reality systems. 7 of these points pulsed with a stronger glow than the others, the seeds that had already found their carriers. The remaining 5 appeared fainter, still waiting to be discovered. This will help us navigate more efficiently, the Phoenix observed. Instead of following a preset path, we can now understand the connection patterns directly. Echo nodded, his fingers tracing one of the glowing patterns that represented an already gathered seed. "This one is mine," he said with certainty. "I can feel it resonating." His finger moved to another of the 7 brightened patterns. "And this one. I think this belongs to someone like me, another carrier." This was significant information. Until now, they had focused solely on finding the next seed. But this map suggested the possibility of connecting with other carriers, other beings who had been chosen or had chosen to participate in the gathering of scattered light. The sound of soft movement grew closer, the archive guardians approaching their position. Echo looked up from the book, his expression questioning. "Should we take it with us?" The Phoenix considered this carefully. Great archives operated under strict rules regarding their collections. Removing books was generally forbidden and could result in consequences, ranging from simple ejection to more serious metaphysical penalties. "We need the knowledge, but not necessarily the physical book," the Phoenix decided. "Can you remember the pattern it shows? Or perhaps..." An idea formed. The Nexus seed might be able to absorb this information directly. Echo's eyes widened with understanding. He withdrew the crystal from beneath his shirt, holding it near the open pages of the book. The seed responded immediately, its internal galaxies swirling with increased activity, miniature stars flaring brightly within its faceted depths. The patterns on the book's pages seemed to lift off the material, becoming 3-dimensional projections that hovered momentarily in the air before flowing toward the crystal like water, finding its natural course. As each pattern was absorbed, the seed pulsed with new brilliance. When the transfer was complete, Echo carefully closed the book and returned it to its exact position on the shelf. The moment it settled back into place, the subtle vibration they had felt earlier repeated, then faded to silence. "The Guardians are very close now," the Phoenix warned, sensing multiple presences converging on their location from different directions. "We should move on to the next transition point." Echo nodded, slipping the Nexus seed back beneath his shirt, though its glow remained visible through the fabric. With his newly enhanced connection to the network of seeds, he seemed to find orientation easier now. "This way," he said with quiet confidence, pointing down a narrow aisle they hadn't noticed before. They moved quickly but respectfully through the stacks, careful not to disturb any more volumes. The Phoenix could sense the archive guardians still tracking their movement, but no longer converging with the same urgency. Returning the book properly had apparently reduced the perceived threat level of their presence. The aisle Echo had chosen seemed to lead deeper into the archive, the shelves growing older and the volumes more esoteric as they progressed. The ambient light dimmed gradually, until only the Phoenix's golden radiance and the pulsing glow of the Nexus seed illuminated their path. After what seemed like a considerable distance, they emerged into a circular clearing among the stacks. Unlike the rest of the archive, this space contained no books, Instead, its walls were lined with what appeared to be windows, though they didn't look out onto any physical landscape, but rather into shifting patterns of light and color that resembled the boundary spots between realities, only more stable and somehow more intentional in their design. Transition portals, the Phoenix observed with interest. This archive must serve as a hub connecting to multiple reality systems. Iko approached one of the window-like portals, studying the patterns within its frame. His palm glowed more brightly, the luminous guidance pattern becoming clearly visible beneath his skin. "This one," he said, pointing to a portal whose interior shifted between deep greens and blues in hypnotic waves. "It leads to the next part of our path." As they stood before the chosen portal, a sound reached them, not the movement of approaching guardians, but a gentle chiming that seemed to emanate from the circular room itself. The tone was neither warning nor welcome, but acknowledgement, the archive recognizing their purpose and granting passage. Echo looked up at the Phoenix, a smile of relief crossing his face. "They understand what we're doing," he said. "They're letting us go." The Phoenix inclined its head in gratitude toward the unseen presences that managed this vast repository of knowledge. Great archives existed to preserve the wisdom, but also to ensure it reached those who needed it most. Their quest to gather the Nexus seeds apparently aligned with the archive's fundamental purpose. The portal before them brightened slightly, its frame taking on a subtle glow that matched the rhythm of Echo's seed. It was an invitation, an opening of the way forward. "Ready for the next step of our journey?" the Phoenix asked. Echo nodded, reaching out to take the Phoenix's manifested wingtip once more. Together they stepped through the portal, leaving the great archive behind as they traveled deeper along the path toward the next Nexus seed. The transition through the archive's portal was smoother than their previous boundary crossing, less the chaotic stretching of existence and more like stepping through a carefully constructed doorway between ordered realities. Colors shifted around them, sounds transformed, and the fundamental physical laws subtly rearranged themselves to accommodate their new destination. When the transition completed, they found themselves standing in a world that initially appeared as a stark contrast to the enclosed knowledge-filled space of the Great Archive. They stood on the shore of a vast ocean, its waters not blue, but a deep, shifting purple that caught the light in ways that suggested it might be composed of something other than ordinary water. The sky above was pale gold, streaked with clouds that moved too quickly and in too regular patterns to be natural formations. The air carried a sweet, slightly metallic scent that reminded Echo of the aftermath of lightning strikes. Each breath felt somehow substantive, as though the atmosphere contained nutrients that could be absorbed directly through lungs and skin. The ground beneath their feet was covered not with sand, but with tiny, perfectly formed crystals that chimed softly against each other when disturbed by their footsteps. Echo turned slowly, taking in their surroundings with the careful observation the Phoenix had come to expect from him. "This place feels aware," he said finally, "like it's watching us." The Phoenix had noted the same quality. This reality possessed a type of consciousness not uncommon in certain sectors of the multiverse, worlds where the boundary between environment and entity had blurred or never existed in the first place. These living worlds often possessed their own distinct personalities and agendas, which could either aid or hinder travelers depending on how they were approached. "It is observing us," the Phoenix confirmed. "This appears to be a sentient realm, one where the world itself maintains awareness." Echo seemed to accept this without particular surprise. Another reminder of how extensively he must have traveled before the Phoenix found him. "Should we introduce ourselves?" he asked, the question both innocent and remarkably insightful. The Phoenix approved of this approach. "Yes, respectful acknowledgement is usually well received in such places." Echo nodded and then did something unexpected. Rather than speaking aloud, he knelt down and placed his palm flat against the crystalline shore, the luminous pattern beneath his skin. The keeper's gift briefly flared with increased brightness. At the same time, the Nexus seed pulsed strongly beneath his shirt, its rhythm matching the quick, regular movement of the clouds overhead. The response was immediate and dramatic. The crystal shore beneath them rippled like liquid, despite its apparently solid nature. The purple ocean before them surged, a wave rising far higher than seemed natural, before curving over rather than crashing down, forming an arch that caught the golden light from above and broke it into prismatic beams that danced across the shore. Echo laughed with delight at this spectacular reaction, the sound of his joy echoing strangely in the nutrient-rich air, each note seeming to hang longer than it should before fading away. "It's welcoming us," he told the Phoenix, rising back to his feet. "It's curious about the seed. It hasn't seen one in a very long time." The Phoenix was impressed by Echo's instant rapport with this sentient world. "You communicated directly with it?" Echo nodded. "Through the pattern," he explained, holding up his palm, where the luminous lines still glowed faintly. "It works like a language that anything can understand if it wants to." He looked around with fresh wonder. This world has been waiting for someone to visit. It gets lonely. The concept of a planetary consciousness experiencing loneliness was profound, yet understandable. Many sentient realms existed in relative isolation, their unique nature making them incompatible with the types of life forms that typically explored the multiverse. "Did it offer any guidance regarding our path?" the Phoenix asked. Echo pointed along the crystalline shore, toward where the purple ocean curved around a headland of what appeared to be massive growth formations, structures too regular to be random, but too organic to be constructed in the conventional sense. "The next transition point is there, in the center of those crystal towers." But he hesitated. "The world wants to show us something first, something important about the seeds." The Phoenix considered this. Detours could be risky when following interdimensional pathways, which were often time-sensitive and could shift or close without warning. Yet the knowledge offered by a sentient world that recognized the Nexus seed could prove invaluable to their quest. "What does it wish to show us?" the Phoenix asked. Echo closed his eyes briefly, seeming to listen to something beyond audible sound. "A memory," he said when he opened his eyes again, "from when the seeds were first scattered. It says it witnessed one of them passing through this realm long ago." This was indeed significant. Direct observations of the original dispersion of the Nexus seeds would be extremely rare and potentially crucial to understanding their true purpose. "Then we should accept its invitation," the Phoenix had decided. "But we must remain aware of our primary path." Echo nodded in understanding. He placed his palm against the crystal shore once more, presumably communicating their acceptance. In response, the crystals beneath their feet began to glow with an inner light that formed a clear pathway leading away from the ocean and toward a grove of what appeared to be tree-like formations in the middle distance. As they followed this illuminated path, the Phoenix noticed how the environment responded to their passage. Crystal formations turned like flowers, tracking the sun. Orienting toward Echo specifically, the air around them grew richer, more nourishing, as though the sentient world was offering its best sustenance to its rare visitors. Even the light seemed to adjust, softening to a more comfortable intensity while maintaining perfect visibility. The crystal path led them into the grove, where the tree-like formations revealed themselves to be complex, crystalline structures that branched and rebranched in mathematically perfect patterns. Unlike trees, these formations appeared to be growing downward from a single point high above, their branches reaching toward the ground rather than the sky. At the center of this inverted grove stood a single formation, different from the others, a perfectly circular pool of the same purple liquid that comprised the distant ocean. Its surface was unnaturally still, reflecting the golden sky and crystal branches above with mirror-like perfection. Echo approached this pool without hesitation, seemingly guided by his connection to the sentient world. The Phoenix remained close, alert for any change in their surroundings that might indicate danger, though it sensed only welcome and anticipation from their unusual host. When they reached the edge of the pool, Echo knelt once more. Without being instructed, he reached beneath his shirt and withdrew the Nexus seed, holding it above the still purple surface. The crystal responded immediately, its internal galaxies swirling with increased activity, stars flaring and fading within its faceted depths. The pool's surface remained mirror still, but its reflective properties changed. Instead of showing the sky above, it began to display images from what the Phoenix recognized as the distant past, not just distant in time, but in the very configuration of the multiverse itself. The images showed a reality system still in formation, universes taking shape from primordial energy, boundary realms establishing their properties, the fundamental forces of existence setting their patterns. Within this cosmic birth, a singular entity moved with purpose, a being of such complex nature that even the Phoenix, with its ancient perspective, struggled to comprehend its full form. This entity appeared to be composed of pure creative potential, neither energy nor matter, but something more fundamental than either. Its movements across the nascent multiverse left trails of increased order and complexity, like an artist adding definition and detail to a sketch. And within its incomprehensible form, 12 distinct points of concentrated potential glowed with blindingly perfect light. Echo gasped softly as the vision continued. The cosmic entity seemed to become aware of some approaching threat, a darkness that moved against the natural flow of creation, seeking to impose rigid structure where infinite possibility should exist. In response to this threat, the entity made a decision that clearly caused it great distress. It separated the 12 points of light from itself, casting them out across the forming multiverse. As each point departed, it took on the crystalline form they now recognized as a nexus seed. The seeds traveled along paths that appeared to be carefully predetermined, each arriving at a specific reality system where it would remain hidden but findable by those with the right perception and purpose. One of these seeds, the phoenix couldn't determine which number in the sequence, passed through this very realm, briefly connecting with the forming consciousness of the sentient world. That moment of contact had left an indelible impression, a memory preserved perfectly across cosmic ages until the arrival of visitors who would understand its significance. The vision in the pool shifted, showing the cosmic entity after the dispersion of the seeds. Diminished, but not destroyed, it retreated to the spaces between realities, where it appeared to enter a state of dormancy, or perhaps transformation. The final image showed something the phoenix found deeply moving, a suggestion that the entity had not merely scattered the seeds as a defensive measure, but as a means of eventual restoration and renewal. The pool's surface rippled once, breaking the perfect reflection, and the vision faded. Echo carefully returned the nexus seed to its place beneath his shirt, his young face solemn with the weight of what they had witnessed. "The seeds are pieces of that being," he said quietly. "When they come together again, they will allow it to reawaken." The phoenix completed the thought. "Your quest is not merely to create a home for between-space beings, but to participate in the restoration of something fundamental to the multiverse itself." The implications were profound. The gathering of scattered light was more significant than either of them had realized. Not just a process of collection or even creation, but of cosmic healing and rebalance. Echo stood, his expression thoughtful beyond his apparent years. The threat it was protecting against, that darkness that wanted to make everything fixed and unchanging, is it still out there? The phoenix considered this troubling question. "I do not know. In my long existence, I have encountered forces that seek to impose absolute order at the expense of possibility. They appear in different forms across reality systems, but share a common purpose: the end of change, which is also the end of life and growth." Echo nodded, unconsciously placing his hand over the seed beneath his shirt. "We need to be careful then. If something tried to stop the seeds from being gathered the first time, it may attempt to interfere again," the phoenix agreed. "All the more reason to continue our journey with purpose." As if in response to this observation, the crystalline path that had led them to the pool brightened once more, now extending beyond the inverted grove toward the distant headland they had seen from the shore. The sentient world was offering them a direct route to their next transition point. Echo placed his palm against the ground one last time, his expression suggesting he was communicating gratitude to their unusual host. The crystal beneath his hand pulsed with warm light, spreading outward in concentric rings that traveled across the entire visible landscape, the world's way of expressing both acknowledgement and farewell. They followed the illuminated path, away from the pool, moving with renewed purpose. The phoenix noticed that Echo's demeanor had subtly changed after witnessing the vision, a new determination in his step, a more focused awareness in his expression. The boy had always taken his role as a seed carrier seriously, but now he understood he was participating in something that transcended even the phoenix's ancient perspective. As they traveled, the sentient world continued to assist their journey. Crystal formations shifted to provide shade when the golden light from above intensified. The ground smoothed beneath their feet when the path inclined upward. Even the air seemed to gain additional nourishing properties, ensuring Echo's physical form remained energized despite the considerable distance they covered. By the time they reached the headland with its towering growths, Echo showed no signs of the fatigue that might be expected from a human child after such a journey. Perhaps the Nexus seed was sustaining him, or perhaps the boy's hybrid nature made him more resilient than the Phoenix had initially assumed. Either way, he approached the final segment of their path through this reality with the same curious enthusiasm he had demonstrated throughout. The crystal towers of the headland proved to be an extraordinary formation, a forest of perfectly vertical columns that appeared to have grown from both above and below, meeting at their midpoints in complex junctions that created cathedral-like spaces between them. Echo navigated these spaces confidently, following cues visible only to him through his connected guidance gifts. The Keeper's luminous pattern and the newly enhanced awareness provided by the Nexus seed. At the heart of this crystalline forest, they found what they had been seeking, a formation different from all the others. Unlike the perfect geometry of the surrounding towers, this structure appeared almost fluid, its surface rippling with subtle movement. Despite its apparently solid nature, it reminded the Phoenix of the boundary spots between realities, but more stable and somehow more intentional in its design, similar to the portal they had used to leave the Great Archive. "This is it," Echo confirmed, approaching the shifting formation, the transition point to the next reality in our path. He studied the rippling surface with careful attention. "The world says this portal has been here since the time of the seed's scattering. It was created specifically for those who might one day gather them again." The Phoenix extended its senses toward the portal, analyzing its structure and properties. Indeed, this was no ordinary boundary transition. It contained protective elements designed to shield travelers from the chaotic forces of unmediated reality shifting. It also appeared to have built-in guidance functions that would help ensure arrival at the intended destination, rather than some similar but incorrect reality, a gift from the cosmic entity we saw in the vision, the Phoenix observed. Further evidence of careful planning behind the seed's dispersion. Echo nodded, then turned to look back the way they had come. The crystalline landscape glowed with soft radiance in the golden light from above. The purple ocean, visible in the distance, as a band of deeper color against the horizon. "This world has been waiting a very long time for someone to use this doorway," he said quietly. "I'm glad we could help it fulfill its purpose." The Phoenix understood the sentiment. Many aspects of the multiverse existed in patient anticipation of their moment of significance, whether entities, objects, or entire reality systems. To participate in the fulfillment of such long-held purpose was a profound experience, even for an ancient being like itself. As they stood contemplating the portal, the crystalline towers around them began to resonate with a deep, harmonic tone that the Phoenix recognized as a form of farewell. The sentient world was bidding them goodbye in its own unique language. Echo responded by withdrawing the Nexus seed once more, holding it up so that its radiance could spread across the crystal forest. The internal galaxies within the seed aligned themselves in a pattern that seemed to communicate directly with the world's consciousness, a gesture of communion and gratitude that transcended conventional language. When this wordless exchange concluded, Echo returned the seed to its place and turned toward the portal. "I think we're ready now," he said, looking up at the Phoenix. The Phoenix manifested a more solid form of its wingtip for Echo to grasp, and together they approached the shifting surface of the portal. Unlike previous transitions, Echo seemed to understand intuitively how this particular boundary crossing worked. We need to visualize the next point on our path, he explained. The portal will align itself with our intention. Following this guidance, they both focused their awareness on the next stage of their journey, Echo drawing on the seed's enhanced connection to the network they had discovered in the Great Archive, the Phoenix adding its ancient knowledge of reality systems and boundary mechanics to strengthen their shared intention. The portal responded, its fluid surface taking on a more defined pattern that reflected the combined focus of their minds. Colors shifted from the purples and golds of the sentient world to new hues that represented their destination. Deep blues and greens interwoven with threads of bright silver. With their path now clearly defined, Echo and the Phoenix stepped forward together, passing through the specially constructed portal into the next phase of their quest to gather the scattered light. The transition through this ancient portal was unlike any boundary crossing the Phoenix had experienced in its long existence. Rather than the disorienting stretch and compression of conventional reality shifting, they moved through what felt like a protected corridor between worlds, a space where they retained full awareness and even the ability to perceive their surroundings during passage. This transition space appeared as a tunnel of swirling light, its walls composed of interwoven energy streams that represented the fundamental forces binding the multiverse together. Echo gazed around in wonder as they moved forward, his eyes reflecting the spectacular light show that encompassed them. It's like we're seeing inside the connections between everything, he breathed, his voice carrying a reverent quality. The Phoenix understood his awe. Few beings ever witnessed the infrastructure of reality so directly. Even cosmic entities, like itself, typically experienced only fragments of this underlying pattern during conventional boundary crossings. As they progressed through this remarkable passage, the Phoenix became aware of something unexpected, echoes of others who had traversed this same protected corridor. Not recent travelers, but impressions left long ago, preserved in the unique properties of this transition space. Some of these echoes resonated with the same quality as Echo's Nexus seed, carriers of other seeds, perhaps, who had passed this way during previous gathering attempts. Before the Phoenix could share this observation with Echo, the tunnel of light began to change. The swirling patterns grew more focused, converging ahead of them toward what appeared to be their destination. The colors shifted again, now dominated by deep forest greens, interspersed with flashes of gold that reminded the Phoenix of sunlight filtering through dense foliage. With a gentleness that belied the vast distances and dimensional shifts they had just traversed, the protected corridor delivered them to their new location. The swirling lights faded, replaced by their actual surroundings. A forest of towering trees, unlike any the Phoenix had encountered before. These trees reached impossibly high, their massive trunks wide enough that a dozen beings Echo's size could not have joined hands around them. Their bark was not brown, but a deep blue-black that absorbed light rather than reflecting it, making the forest floor darker than might be expected given the clear sky, visible in patches far above. That sky appeared normal at first glance, blue with scattered white clouds, but occasional ripples of green energy passed across it, like aurora borealis in daylight. Echo turned slowly, taking in their new environment with careful attention. This place feels heavy, he said finally, like gravity is stronger here, and time moves differently. He held up his hand, watching as the luminous guidance pattern beneath his skin pulsed with a distinctly slower rhythm than before. The phoenix extended its senses, analyzing this reality's distinctive properties. You perceive correctly. This is a high-density world. Both its physical matter and its temporal flow are more concentrated than standard reality baselines. Such worlds were uncommon but not unknown in the Phoenix's experience. They often housed entities and energies that benefited from or required such dense conditions. Beings that would dissipate in lighter realities, or processes that needed compressed time to achieve stability. Echo's hand moved to the nexus, seed beneath his shirt. The crystal feels heavier too, and I don't know how to describe it. Humming maybe, like it recognizes something here. The Phoenix considered this significant information. The next seed we seek may be nearby, resonating with yours. Echo nodded, his expression growing more focused as he concentrated on the sensations coming from his seed. Not exactly nearby, but connected to this place somehow. He pointed toward a gap between two of the massive trees. The path continues this way. As they began moving in the indicated direction, the Phoenix noticed how the heavy atmosphere of this world affected Echo's physical form. His movements were slightly slower, more deliberate, requiring greater effort than in previous realms. The boy made no complaint, but the Phoenix could see the additional exertion in the set of his small shoulders and the careful placement of each step. Would you prefer to rest before continuing? The Phoenix asked. Echo shook his head. I'm okay. The crystal is helping. He patted his chest where the seed rested. It's like it's lending me some of its strength. This matched the Phoenix's observations of the bond between Echo and the Nexus seed, a symbiotic relationship that went beyond mere carrying. The seed protected and enhanced its guardian, while Echo provided it mobility and the unique perspective only a conscious being could offer. They continued through the dense forest, occasionally having to navigate around massive roots that rose from the ground like wooden walls. Before plunging back into the dark soil, the forest floor was covered with a carpet of vegetation, unlike anything from standard Earth ecosystems. Plants with broad, flat leaves in shades of deep purple and indigo that absorbed the minimal light, reaching them with extraordinary efficiency. As they walked, Echo gradually adapted to the heavy conditions, his movements becoming more natural, though still requiring visible effort. The Phoenix noted with interest that the boy seemed to grow stronger rather than more fatigued with continued exertion, another indication that his nature went beyond ordinary human limitations. After what might have been hours in standard time, difficult to judge in this temporally compressed realm, the character of the forest began to change. The massive trees grew less densely packed, allowing more of the rippling green-blue light from above to reach the ground. The undergrowth shifted from purple-leaved plants to clusters of what appeared to be crystalline formations that caught the increased light and broke it into prismatic beams that danced across the forest floor. Echo paused, kneeling to examine one of these crystal clusters more closely. These aren't plants, he observed. They're growing from something beneath the surface. His fingers hovered just above the crystal formation without touching it. Something alive. The Phoenix extended its senses downward, penetrating the layers of soil and stone beneath their feet. What it discovered was extraordinary. A vast network of crystalline structures extending throughout the entire region. all connected to a central node far below. This network pulsed with a slow, regular rhythm that suggested consciousness rather than merely organic processes. It appears to be a distributed entity, the Phoenix explained. A single consciousness expressed through multiple physical extensions. Echo nodded as though this confirmed something he had already intuited. The crystal wants us to communicate with it. He withdrew the Nexus seed from beneath his shirt once more, holding it near, but not touching one of the surface crystal formations. The response was immediate and dramatic. All the crystal clusters within view began to glow with increased intensity, their colors shifting from transparent to a deep golden hue that matched the radiance of the seed. A vibration passed through the ground beneath them, not threatening, but like the deep inhalation of a massive being awakening from long sleep. Echo closed his eyes, his expression one of deep concentration, as though listening to something beyond conventional sound. The Phoenix remained alert, ready to protect the boy if necessary, though it sensed no hostility from the crystalline network, only ancient recognition and growing curiosity. When Echo opened his eyes again, they held the same golden glow that now illuminated the crystal formations around them. "It's a guardian," he said, his voice carrying unusual resonance in the dense atmosphere. "One of the beings appointed to watch over this reality's seed." This was significant information. The Phoenix had suspected that the Nexus seeds might have designated protectors in their various hiding places, but had not encountered direct evidence until now. "Can it tell us where to find the seed we seek?" the Phoenix asked. Echo's expression grew more complex, concern mingling with excitement. "Yes, but it's not that simple. The seed is here, but also not here." He struggled to translate what he was perceiving. "It exists in a fold of reality connected to this one. The Guardian was tasked with maintaining that fold, keeping the seed both hidden and accessible to the right searcher." The Phoenix understood the concept. Reality folds were spaces that existed partially outside normal dimensional parameters, not separate worlds, but specialized pockets within existing realities that could only be accessed through specific means. Such constructions were typically created for precisely this purpose, hiding objects of power from general discovery while ensuring they remained available when truly needed. "And how do we access this fold?" the Phoenix asked. Echo gestured toward the horizon, where the land appeared to rise toward distant mountains, barely visible through the forest canopy. "The entrance is there, at a place the Guardian calls the Convergence." But he hesitated. "We need a key, something that proves we have the right to claim this seed." The Phoenix had expected such a requirement. Cosmic artifacts of the seed's significance were rarely left unprotected, even when their guardians recognized legitimate seekers. "What form does this key take?" the Phoenix asked. Echo communicated silently with the crystal network for several moments before responding. "It's not a physical object, but a demonstration." His forehead creased in concentration. "We need to show that we understand the purpose of the seeds, not just what they will create when gathered, but why that creation matters." This was a test of wisdom rather than mere knowledge or ability, the most profound kind of key. The Phoenix considered how they might prepare for such a challenge. Their experiences since beginning their journey had certainly deepened their understanding of the gathering of scattered light, particularly the vision shared by the sentient world they had just left. "The Guardian will meet us at the convergence," Echo continued. "It can take physical form there, at the junction point between this reality and the fold where the seed is kept." He carefully returned his own seed to its place beneath his shirt, though its glow remained visible through the fabric. "We should go soon. The Guardian says time works differently near the fold, even more compressed than in the rest of this world." The Phoenix agreed with this assessment. In its experience, reality folds often created temporal anomalies in their vicinity, side effects of the dimensional engineering required to maintain such structures. These anomalies could either help or hinder their quest, depending on how they navigated them. As Echo stood, the golden glow faded from his eyes, returning them to their normal appearance. The crystal formations around them also dimmed slightly, though they retained a subtle luminescence that seemed designed to mark their path forward. Indeed, the Phoenix now noticed that similar formations extended through the forest in a clear line toward the distant mountains, a trail provided by the Guardian to lead them to the convergence. They began following this crystalline path, moving with a renewed purpose despite the heavy conditions of this dense world. Echo seemed energized by their communication with the Guardian, his steps more confident and his breathing less labored than before. The Phoenix remained close beside him, its golden radiance providing additional illumination as the forest canopy above grew thicker once more, reducing the natural light that reached the ground. As they traveled, Echo shared more of what he had learned from the Guardian. This crystal entity had been watching over its assigned seed for countless cycles of cosmic time, so long that it had essentially merged with the entire ecosystem of this reality, becoming both observer and environment. It had witnessed the rise and fall of numerous civilizations in this world, none of which had ever discovered the treasure hidden in the reality fold attached to their realm. "The Guardian says we're the first visitors who've come specifically seeking the seed," Echo explained. "Others have stumbled onto this world through random boundary crossings, but none carried another seed or knew what they were looking for." This confirmed the Phoenix's growing understanding of the gathering of scattered light, that it was happening now because conditions had finally aligned properly across the multiverse. The seed carriers were finding each other and their missing counterparts, not by chance, but as part of a grand pattern set in motion long ago. As they continued along the crystal-marked path, the forest gradually thinned, giving way to a landscape of rolling hills covered with tall grasses that shimmered with metallic highlights when touched by the increasingly visible light from above. The sky's rippling green energy patterns had intensified, sometimes forming shapes that almost resembled writing before dissolving back into abstract flows. The mountains that had seemed distant when first glimpsed now dominated the horizon, massive peaks that reached impossibly high, their upper portions partially transparent, as though they existed simultaneously in this reality and somewhere else. This visual effect increased as they drew closer, until the entire mountain range appeared to flicker between solidity and translucence, with each pulse of energy that crossed the sky above. "The convergence," Echo said quietly, pointing toward what appeared to be a circular formation at the base of the central mountain. Unlike the blue-black stone that comprised most of the visible landscape, this structure gleamed with the same golden radiance as the crystal formations that had guided their path. As they approached this destination, the Phoenix detected a change in the fundamental properties of space around them. The already dense nature of this reality grew even more concentrated, with both matter and time becoming increasingly compressed. Each step forward seemed to require more effort, but also to cover more actual distance than it should have, an effect the Phoenix recognized as temporal spatial folding, the outermost influence of the reality pocket they sought to access. Echo clearly felt these changes as well, his movements becoming more deliberate as he navigated the increasingly complex physical laws. The Nexus seed pulsed visibly beneath his shirt, its rhythm somehow stabilizing their immediate vicinity, creating a bubble of more standard reality conditions that moved with them through the distorted environment. When they finally reached the circular formation at the mountain's base, its true nature became clear. What had appeared from a distance to be a structure was actually an arrangement of massive crystal pillars, each as tall as 3 human adults and wider than Echo could have embraced with his arms. These pillars were positioned in a perfect circle, their surfaces covered with intricate patterns that the Phoenix recognized as an ancient form of dimensional engineering, the written mathematics that defined and maintained the reality fold. At the center of this circle stood a being unlike any Echo had encountered in his wanderings. It appeared at first glance to be a humanoid figure composed entirely of the same crystal material as the surrounding pillars and the forest formations that had guided their path, but as they drew closer, its true complexity became apparent. The crystalline form was merely the outermost expression of something far more profound, a consciousness that existed primarily in the spaces between dimensions, using this physical manifestation as an anchor and interface. The Guardian stood perfectly still as they approached, yet somehow conveyed a sense of movement within stillness, internal facets shifting and realigning like thoughts taking form. It had no facial features in the conventional sense, but the upper portion of its crystalline body contained a swirling golden light that concentrated into 2 bright points that served as eyes. Echo slowed his pace as they entered the circle of pillars, his expression reflecting appropriate reverence for this ancient entity. The Phoenix remained close beside him, its own radiance interacting with the golden light of the Guardian to create the complex patterns across the ground between them. Seed carrier, the Guardian's voice emerged, not as sound, but as a vibration that translated itself directly into understanding within their minds. And Boundary Keeper, you have come far. Echo nodded, unconsciously placing his hand over the Nexus seed beneath his shirt. We seek the seed in your care, he said simply, his young voice steady despite the overwhelming presence before him. The Guardian's crystalline form shifted slightly, internal lights changing position in what might have been a gesture of acknowledgement. Yes, the 7th calls to the 8th. The gathering progresses as was foreseen. The vibration voice carried ancient patience and the weight of long vigilance. But as you have learned, purpose must be understood before power can be claimed. Echo glanced up at the Phoenix, then back to the Guardian. We've seen visions of why the seeds were scattered, to protect them from something that wanted to make everything fixed and unchanging, and to create a new realm when they're brought together again. A home for beings who don't belong to just one reality. The Guardian remained motionless, but the golden light within its crystalline form pulsed once, strongly. These are truths, but surface ones. Roots grow deeper. Its attention seemed to focus more intently on Echo, You carry the seventh with unusual harmony, child of the boundary realms. What does it tell you of its purpose? Echo closed his eyes, his hand still resting over the seed. The phoenix observed how the boy's breathing deepened as he communed with the artifact he carried, their connection growing more profound with each world they visited. When Echo opened his eyes again, they contained flecks of the same golden light that illuminated the guardian. The seeds are not just fragments of a greater being, but memories of what existence was like before boundaries hardened, Echo said, his voice taking on that slightly different quality the phoenix had noted before, as though the knowledge he shared came not entirely from his own understanding. They remember when reality was more fluid, when imagination and creation were the same thing. The guardian's light eyes brightened. Continue. The realm they'll create isn't just a home for between-space beings, Echo said slowly, finding his way through complex concepts. It's a reminder to the rest of the multiverse, a place where possibilities stay open, where patterns can always change. His forehead creased with effort. It's like a heart that keeps beating, sending fresh energy through all the reality systems it connects to. The phoenix absorbed these insights with deep interest. This aligned with its own ancient understanding of cosmic health, that even ordered systems required zones of creative potential to prevent stagnation. The planned realm of the gathered seeds would serve not merely as a haven for specific beings, but as a revitalizing force for the entire multiverse. The Guardian's crystalline form shifted again, facets realigning to catch the rippling energy from the sky above. And why does this matter? It asked. Why must such a realm exist? This seemed to be the central question, the test of understanding that would determine whether they could access the hidden seed. Echo fell silent for several moments, his expression suggesting he was searching not just for words, but for the deepest truth he could access. The phoenix considered offering its own perspective, but held back, sensing that this answer needed to come from Echo specifically. As a seed carrier and a natural boundary crosser, the boy possessed insights even the phoenix's ancient wisdom might not encompass. Because without change, there's no life, Echo said finally, his voice quiet but certain. And without spaces where anything is possible, change eventually stops everywhere. He looked up at the Guardian, the golden flecks in his eyes matching its light gaze. The seeds remember that everything that exists now started as just a thought, a possibility. If the multiverse forgets how to dream new things, it will eventually end. A sound like distant crystal bells rippled through the air as the Guardian responded to this answer. The circle of pillars around them began to glow more intensely, their engraved patterns standing out in sharp relief against their golden surfaces. Well answered, seed carrier. The Guardian's vibration voice carried what might have been approval. You understand not just what you seek, but why it matters. The space at the center of the circle where the Guardian stood began to change, the ground seeming to turn transparent, revealing depths that shouldn't have been possible given the solid mountain beneath them. Through this growing transparency, the phoenix could perceive another space, not located physically below them, but adjacent in a dimensional sense, visible only from this precise vantage point. This revealed space appeared to be a chamber, composed entirely of the same crystalline material as the Guardian itself. At its center floated an object that both the phoenix and Echo immediately recognized, despite never having seen it before, another Nexus seed, unlike Echo's seed, which contained swirling galaxies and stars. This eighth seed held what appeared to be flowing currents of pure potential, streams of energy not yet resolved into matter or defined pattern. It rotated slowly in place, each turn revealing new currents and possibilities within its faceted structure. The eighth has waited long for this moment, the Guardian said. Since the scattering, it has preserved the memory of infinite possibility, the state of existence before pattern fixation. Echo stared in wonder at the revealed seed, his own crystal pulsing strongly beneath his shirt as though in greeting or recognition. "How do we reach it?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. In answer, the Guardian's crystalline form began to change. Its humanoid shape dissolved, the component crystals separating and reforming into a spiraling staircase that descended into the revealed chamber below, adjacent. This transformation made it clear that the Guardian and the environment were not truly separate. Both were expressions of the same fundamental entity. "Descend alone, seed carrier," the Guardian's voice continued despite its physical transformation. "The Boundary Keeper must remain here to anchor your return. The space between holds different dangers for different natures." Echo looked up at the Phoenix, uncertainty crossing his face for the first time since they'd reached the convergence. "Will I be safe?" The Phoenix extended its senses toward the revealed chamber, analyzing its properties and potential threats. While it detected no malevolence, the dimensional pocket did possess unusual properties that might challenge Echo's hybrid nature. Yet the Guardian had maintained this fold for countless ages. It would not likely risk the seed carrier without good reason. "The Guardian speaks truly," the Phoenix told Echo. "My nature would interact differently with that space than yours. I will maintain our connection from here, providing an anchor for your return." It manifested its wingtip in solid form, placing it gently on Echo's shoulder. "Trust your bond with the seventh. It will guide you." Echo nodded, his expression resolving into determination once more. He approached the crystal staircase, which gleamed invitingly in the rippling light from above. At the first step, he paused, looking back at the Phoenix. "I won't be long," he promised. "I will be watching," the Phoenix assured him. "Time flows differently there. Remember that what seems extended may be brief, and what feels momentary may be longer." With this final guidance, Echo began his descent, each step causing the crystal staircase to chime softly, creating a gentle melody that seemed to harmonize with the pulsing rhythm of the seed he carried. The Phoenix watched as the boy's small form grew more distant, eventually crossing the threshold between normal space and the dimensional pocket where the eighth seed waited. Once Echo had fully entered the crystal chamber, the Phoenix's perception of him became less visual and more conceptual, awareness of his presence and state without clear imagery. This was typical of reality folds, which often filtered sensory information in unusual ways. The Phoenix remained focused on this awareness, maintaining the connection that would guide Echo back when his task was complete. In the crystal chamber, Echo experienced a profound shift in his perception of reality. The heavy, dense quality of the world above gave way to an environment of extraordinary lightness, where the concept of weight itself seemed optional rather than fundamental. He found he could move with just the intention of movement, his physical form responding to thought more directly than muscle command. The chamber appeared both vast and intimate simultaneously, a space that adjusted its perceived dimensions based on the attention directed within it. When Echo focused on the eighth seed floating at its center, the chamber seemed to contract, bringing him closer without requiring physical travel. When his awareness expanded to encompass the entire space, the chamber revealed its true complexity, a crystalline structure whose geometric patterns encoded information about reality itself. The eighth seed pulsed with increasing frequency as Echo approached, responding to the presence of its sibling carried beneath his shirt. Echo withdrew his own seed, holding it carefully as he moved toward the center of the chamber. The two crystals immediately established a visible connection, a bridge of golden light spanning the space between them. As this connection formed, Echo experienced a flood of information, not as words or images, but as direct understanding that blossomed within his consciousness. He learned that each Nexus seed preserved a different aspect of what the Phoenix had called cosmic health. The seventh he carried maintained the memory of interconnection between all things, while the eighth before him preserved the knowledge of how new patterns emerge from formlessness. Together, these two seeds represented the dynamic between relationship and innovation, how connections foster novelty, and how new creations establish fresh relationships. This harmonious tension was essential to the continued evolution of the multiverse. Echo understood now that his role as a carrier went beyond simply transporting the seventh seed. He was part of the knowledge it preserved, a living example of interconnection between realities. His hybrid nature and boundary-crossing abilities made him not just a suitable guardian, but an embodiment of the seed's fundamental purpose. With this deepened understanding, Echo reached toward the eighth seed. It responded immediately, floating from its central position to meet his outstretched hand. The moment of contact produced a brief flash of golden light that filled the entire chamber, momentarily connecting all points within it in a perfect network of crystalline illumination. When the flash subsided, Echo held both seeds, the seventh with its galaxy patterns, and the eighth with its flowing currents of possibility. They no longer appeared as separate crystals, but had somehow merged into a single artifact with two distinct centers, sharing a common crystalline structure that encompassed both their original forms. Echo felt the weight of this combined artifact, not a physical heaviness, but the profound responsibility of carrying two aspects of cosmic memory. Yet, the burden felt right, balanced, as though his entire journey had been preparation for this moment. The crystal staircase began to chime again, a different melody now that suggested ascent rather than descent. Echo understood this as an invitation to return, his task in the chamber complete. Carefully securing the merged seeds beneath his shirt, he turned toward the stairs, his movement once again requiring physical effort as the reality fold prepared to release him back to the standard laws of the world above. As Echo reascended the crystal stairs, the Phoenix perceived his return first as a strengthening of their connection, then as a gradual visual resolution of his form emerging from the dimensional pocket. The boy appeared changed somehow, not in physical appearance, but in the quality of his presence, which now carried a deeper resonance and clarity than before. When Echo finally stepped back onto the ground within the circle of pillars, the staircase behind him began to dissolve, its component crystals flowing back together to reform the Guardian's humanoid shape. The transparent opening to the chamber below adjacent faded, once again becoming solid ground that gave no hint of the space it had revealed. The Phoenix immediately noticed the changed appearance of the bulge beneath Echo's shirt, larger and with a different quality of light that suggested the successful union of the two seeds. "You have succeeded," the Phoenix observed, its tone carrying both statement and question. Echo nodded, carefully withdrawing the merged artifact from beneath his shirt. "They wanted to be together," he said simply. They remembered being part of the same thing. The newly combined seed was beautiful in its complexity. The swirling galaxies of the seventh, now interwoven with the flowing currents of the eighth, creating patterns that seemed to exist in more dimensions than the eye could perceive. Its glow had deepened to a richer gold, with undertones of amber and occasional flashes of pure white light at its core. The Guardian, fully reformed now, regarded Echo with its golden light eyes. "You have completed the third joining," it said, its vibration voice carrying new overtones of what might have been satisfaction. "First and second, third and fourth, fifth and sixth, all found their pairs before you. Now, seventh and eighth continue the pattern." This was new information for both Echo and the Phoenix. They had known of the existence of 12 seeds and had learned in the Great Archive that 7 had found carriers. But this was the first confirmation that the pairing process was part of the gathering design. The remaining 4 are also meant to join as pairs, the Phoenix asked. The Guardian's crystalline form shifted in what might have been affirmation. "Yes, first comes finding, then joining, finally gathering." The pattern was established at the scattering. Echo looked down at the merged seed in his hands with new understanding. "That's why it feels more complete now, but still not finished." He looked up at the Guardian. "We still need to find the last 2 pairs. The 9th and 10th await, together," the Guardian confirmed. "The 11th and 12th likewise, but their locations are hidden even from me. Each Guardian knows only of its own charge, and those already gathered." Echo carefully returned the merged seed to its place beneath his shirt. The Guardian had provided valuable information, but also confirmed the challenge ahead, finding the remaining seeds without clear guidance regarding their locations. "The path will reveal itself," the Guardian said, seeming to sense their uncertainty. "The gathered pairs will call to those still scattered. Listen to their resonance." As if in response to these words, the merged seed pulsed strongly against Echo's chest, producing a harmonic tone that seemed to align with specific directions in the dimensional landscape around them. The Phoenix, with its ability to perceive boundary conditions, immediately recognized this as a form of cosmic triangulation. The seed, using its enhanced power to locate its remaining siblings across the multiverse. "North and down," Echo translated, his expression suggesting he was interpreting unfamiliar sensations. "Through 3 boundary layers, a place where time runs backward." The Phoenix recognized this description. "The inverted realms," it said, "a reality system where cause and effect have a different relationship than in standard universes. I have passed near their borders, but never entered. Such places can be difficult to exit once entered." Echo's expression showed no fear, only the now familiar determination that had carried him across countless worlds. "That's where we need to go next. The seeds are showing me the way." The Guardian's form began to change again. not dissolving this time, but shifting to create what appeared to be a gesture of blessing or sending. Your quest continues as it must. When all pairs are gathered, bring them to the nexus of creation. There, the final union can occur. The nexus of creation, Echo asked. Is that a specific place? Not a place as you understand it, the Guardian replied, but a state of reality that can be accessed when the proper conditions align. The gathered seeds will know when the time comes. This cryptic guidance was typical of cosmic entities. The Phoenix knew such beings often perceived reality in ways that made precise directions meaningless. The destination was less a location and more a configuration of forces and circumstances that would become recognizable when approached. We will continue our search, the Phoenix assured the Guardian. The gathering of scattered light will be completed. The crystal pillars surrounding them began to pulse with golden light, their engraved patterns flowing and changing as though responding to some unheard command. The Guardian's form grew more transparent, merging gradually with the environment around it. This world has served its purpose in the pattern. The Guardian's voice came now from everywhere and nowhere. I release my physical anchor to join with what grows. Echo watched with wonder as the Guardian's humanoid form completely dissolved, its consciousness spreading throughout the circle of pillars and beyond, becoming one with the crystal network that spanned this entire reality. The golden light that had concentrated in its form now illuminated the entire landscape around them, causing the mountain behind to shed its solid appearance and reveal its true nature as a massive crystalline formation extending into multiple dimensions simultaneously. It's becoming part of what the seeds will create, Echo said with sudden understanding. It was never just a guardian. It was a seed itself, a beginning of the new realm. The Phoenix recognized the profound insight in this observation. Throughout the multiverse, preparations for cosmic renewal often took forms that remained unrecognized until the moment of transformation. The Guardian's long vigil had not just been protective, but generative, creating the conditions for a new type of reality to emerge. When the Nexus seeds were finally gathered, the transformed landscape around them began to shift in more dramatic ways now. The boundaries between this world and others growing thin as the Guardian's consciousness expanded beyond conventional dimensional limits. The Phoenix sensed that this reality was not collapsing but evolving, changing its fundamental parameters to align with the cosmic pattern established by the gathering seeds. We should continue our journey, the Phoenix said, recognizing that this world was entering a transitional state that might not remain hospitable to travelers. The path to the inverted realms will be easier to navigate from a more stable reality baseline. Echo nodded, his attention still partly focused on the merged seed, whose guidance had become stronger since absorbing the Eighth's essence. There's a transition point forming, he said, pointing toward what appeared to be a rapidly developing boundary spot at the edge of the pillar circle. The Guardian is creating it for us, a direct path to where we need to go next. This final gift from the crystal entity made sense, using its enhanced awareness to forge a protected pathway, similar to the one that had brought them to this world. The boundary spot Echo indicated had the same quality of intentional design rather than natural formation. Its edges too precise and its internal patterning too structured to have developed spontaneously. They approached this exit point together, Echo reaching for the phoenix's manifested wingtip, as had become their custom when crossing between worlds. Around them, the crystal landscape continued its transformation, pillars dissolving into pure light that flowed like liquid toward some unseen gathering point deep within the mountain that was no longer truly a mountain. "Thank you," Echo called out to the consciousness that had been the guardian, his young voice carrying clear across the dissolving landscape. A harmonic chime answered him, resonating not through air, but directly within their minds. A farewell and affirmation from an entity that had completed its long purpose and now embraced a new form of existence. With this acknowledgement complete, Echo and the Phoenix stepped into the boundary crossing together, their forms briefly illuminated by the golden light of transformation. Before the transition enveloped them completely, the journey to the inverted realms proved both smoother and stranger than their previous boundary crossings. The Guardian's final gift had indeed been a protected pathway, shielding them from the chaotic energies of unmediated dimensional travel. Yet, the destination's unusual nature created unique transition effects, moments where they seemed to arrive before departing, and segments where they experienced the journey's end while still in its middle. These temporal anomalies were disorienting, but ultimately harmless, mere previews of the reality system they were approaching. The Phoenix, drawing on its ancient knowledge of boundary mechanics, helped Echo navigate these paradoxical experiences, reminding him that perception and actuality often diverged when traveling between fundamentally different types of universes. When they finally completed the transition, the world that greeted them defied conventional description. At first glance, it appeared to be a vast cityscape of impossible architecture, buildings that constructed themselves from top to bottom, people who moved backward through their days, conversations that ended with greetings and began with farewells. Rain fell upward from gathering pools into dissipating clouds, and plants grew from flower to seed, their blooms folding inward as they diminished toward dormancy. Echo stood perfectly still for several moments, his young mind adapting to this fundamentally altered causality. The Phoenix remained close, creating a small bubble of standard temporal flow around them both, a temporary measure to ease their adjustment to this challenging environment. "Everything's backward," Echo said finally, his voice containing wonder rather than distress. But not exactly backward, more like... He struggled to find words for what he was perceiving. "Here, effects precede causes," the Phoenix explained. "Events are drawn toward their origins rather than flowing from them. It is not merely time reversed, but purpose inverted. Endings attract beginnings into existence." Echo nodded slowly, his expression suggesting this actually made sense to him, despite its counterintuitive nature. The merged seed pulsed against his chest, its rhythm somehow aligned with this inverted world's strange flow, adapting to local conditions while maintaining its essential nature. "The next seeds are here," Echo said with certainty, his hand resting over the crystal beneath his shirt. "They're waiting to be found before they were hidden." He frowned slightly. "That doesn't make sense when I say it, but I can feel it's true." The Phoenix understood this paradoxical description. In a reality where effects preceded causes, the discovery of the seeds would logically exist as an event toward which their concealment was drawn. Finding them would not be the result of searching, but its source. A concept that violated conventional causality, but aligned perfectly with this realm's inverted nature. "How do we proceed?" the Phoenix asked, recognizing that Echo's connection to the gathered seeds might provide better guidance than its own considerable but conventionally ordered knowledge. Echo closed his eyes, his expression one of deep concentration as he communed with the merged crystal. When he opened them again, they contained flecks of gold, similar to what had happened in the Guardian's presence. "We don't search," he said with sudden clarity. "We celebrate finding them. Their discovery pulls them to us." This approach, counterintuitive but perfectly aligned with inverted causality, reflected a profound understanding of this reality's fundamental laws. The Phoenix was again impressed by Echo's adaptability and intuitive grasp of concepts that many cosmic entities required centuries to comprehend. "And how do we celebrate this discovery that has not yet happened?" the Phoenix asked. Echo smiled, the expression containing both childlike joy and ancient wisdom. "We build a home for them, like preparing a nest before the eggs exist. The home draws the birds to lay them." With this metaphor, the Phoenix understood the approach completely. In this inverted world, preparation for an outcome would attract the events necessary to produce it by creating a suitable space for the next pair of seeds. They would generate the conditions that would pull those seeds into discovery. Echo pointed toward what appeared to be a park or garden space within the backward operating city. Unlike the surrounding urban structures, this green area seemed to exist in a slightly different temporal relationship, less rigidly inverted, more cyclical in its patterns. Plants there grew and diminished in repeating cycles, rather than simply regressing from maturity to seed. "There," Echo said with certainty. "That's where we'll build our nest." They made their way through the inverted city, careful to navigate its backward flowing patterns of movement. Pedestrians here reached their destinations before beginning their journeys, which required a significant adjustment in how Echo and the Phoenix plotted their own course. Rather than moving toward their goal, they had to conceptualize having already arrived and allow the inverted causality to draw them toward that established outcome. Echo adapted to this counterintuitive navigation with surprising ease. The Phoenix wondered if his experiences wandering the multiverse had included other realities with unusual temporal properties, or if the merged seed was enhancing his ability to function in this challenging environment. When they reached the garden space Echo had identified, they found a small clearing among cycling plants, a circular area where the soil appeared unusually receptive to manipulation, changing color slightly wherever they stepped upon it. The air here felt different as well, carrying a quality of expectant stillness that contrasted with the backward energy flows of the surrounding city. "This is a temporal basin," the Phoenix observed with interest, a natural depression in the causal landscape where time pools and circulates, rather than flowing strictly in either direction. Such formations were rare but significant features in unusual reality systems. They often served as nexus points, where different causal patterns could intersect without conflict, natural harbors in the turbulent seas of temporal variation. Echo knelt at the center of this basin, placing his palm against the responsive soil. The luminous guidance pattern from the Keeper, still visible beneath his skin, though altered since merging with the Crystal Network Guardian, flared briefly at the contact. The soil responded by shifting from its previous dark burgundy to a rich gold that matched the glow of the merged seed beneath Echo's shirt. "It remembers," Echo said softly, "or it will remember. Time is strange here." The Phoenix understood what he meant, In this inverted realm, memory operated differently, recalling the future rather than the past, anticipating history rather than predicting outcomes. This soil retained the impression of what would happen here before it occurred, creating a perfect location for their paradoxical task. "How shall we build this nest?" the phoenix asked. Echo considered the question, his expression thoughtful beyond his years. Then, with the simple directness of a child, he removed the merged seed from beneath his shirt and placed it gently on the golden soil at the center of the clearing. The response was immediate and extraordinary. The soil around the crystal began to flow like liquid, rising in spiraling patterns that formed an intricate cradle perfectly sized to hold not just the merged seed Echo had placed there, but two additional objects of similar dimensions. This cradle solidified gradually, its material transforming from soil to a crystalline substance similar to what had composed the Guardian in the previous world. "Now we wait," Echo said, sitting cross-legged beside this newly formed nest. "But not for long. In this place, waiting happens after what you're waiting for." The phoenix settled beside him, its golden radiance harmonizing with the glow of the merged seed and the crystalline cradle. Together, they created a pattern of light that pulsed in complex rhythms across the temporal basin, a beacon that would be visible across dimensional boundaries to those with eyes to see it. As they maintained this light signal, the inverted city around them continued its backward operations. Day shifted to night to day again, but with the sun rising in the west and setting in the east. The cycling plants in the garden completed their endless loops of growth and regression. Occasional visitors passed through the larger garden space, their movements and interactions following the reversed causality of this world. Yet within their temporal basin, Echo and the phoenix experienced a different flow, not strictly forward like standard reality, not backward like the inverted realm, but cyclical and self-referential, each moment connected to all others in a continuous loop of being. The merged seed pulsed with increasing intensity as they maintained their vigil, its rhythm creating harmonic patterns in the dimensional fabric around them. These harmonics spread outward, crossing boundaries between adjacent reality systems, carrying their call for the next pair of seeds to join the gathering. Echo, despite his extraordinary resilience, eventually showed signs of fatigue. The phoenix observed how the boy fought against heavy eyelids and slowing responses, his hybrid nature allowing him to function in this challenging environment far longer than an ordinary human could have, but still subject to limits. "You should rest," the phoenix suggested gently. "I will maintain our beacon." Echo wanted to protest, but couldn't deny his exhaustion. "Will time? Will things still work right if I sleep?" he asked, his words slightly slurred with tiredness. "Sleep follows wakefulness, even in an inverted realm," the phoenix assured him. "Rest now and be refreshed before what comes next." This seemed to satisfy Echo. He curled up beside the crystalline nest, one hand resting lightly on its edge to maintain connection with the merged seed it held. Within moments, his breathing had deepened and slowed as sleep claimed him. The phoenix continued their vigil, maintaining the harmonic patterns that called across dimensions. As Echo slept, the phoenix observed subtle changes in the temporal basin around them. the cycling patterns growing more synchronized, the golden soil extending its reach in spiraling patterns across the garden clearing. These changes suggested their presence was having effects beyond the immediately visible, perhaps preparing this space for events yet to unfold. Echo slept deeply, his young face peaceful, despite the strange environment. Occasionally he would stir, mumbling words in languages the Phoenix recognized from distant corners of the multiverse. Even in sleep, the boy's boundary-crossing nature expressed itself, his dreams apparently spanning realities as easily as his waking consciousness. The Phoenix had maintained their beacon through multiple cycles of this world's inverted day and night when it first sensed the approach of something significant, not from within this reality but from outside it, entities moving through the boundary realms with clear purpose and direction. As this approach continued, the merged seed in the crystalline nest began to pulse more rapidly, its light growing stronger with each beat. The soil surrounding their clearing transformed further, the golden color spreading outward in concentric circles that reminded the Phoenix of ripples moving inward toward a stone that was about to be dropped. The Phoenix gently roused Echo, who awakened immediately, his senses already attuned to the changing energies around them. "They're coming," he said, not as a question, but a statement of recognition. "Yes," the Phoenix confirmed. "Our beacon has been answered." They rose together, standing beside the crystalline nest with its pulsing seed. The air around them had begun to shimmer with potential, reality thinning as boundaries prepared to part for whatever approached from beyond. Then, with a grace that belied the complexity of cross-dimensional travel, they arrived, two figures emerging from a point of light that formed directly above the center of their clearing. These newcomers descended slowly, their forms gradually resolving from pure light into more substantial appearance as they adapted to this realm's particular properties. The first figure appeared to be a woman of indeterminate age, her form tall and willowy, with skin that shimmered like mother of pearl under this world's strange light. Her hair moved around her head in cloudy streams that ignored gravity's pull, and her eyes, when they became fully visible, contained the same swirling galaxies that Echo's seventh seed had held. The second figure was smaller, more compact, resembling a child perhaps slightly older than Echo, but with features that suggested they were not human, or not entirely so. Their skin had a blue-green tint that seemed to shift with their movements, and rather than hair, delicate crystal formations emerged from their scalp, catching light and breaking it into prismatic beams that danced around them. Both newcomers wore simple clothing that seemed to adjust its properties continuously, responding to the inverted causality of this realm by subtly shifting between various states of being. And most significantly, both carried visible crystals, the taller figure wearing one on a chain around her neck, the smaller one holding another protectively in cupped hands. These were the carriers of the 9th and 10th seeds, arriving in perfect response to the beacon Echo and the Phoenix had established. Echo stared in wonder, particularly at the smaller figure who more closely matched his own apparent age. The Phoenix observed that the boy seemed both stunned and delighted to encounter another young carrier, perhaps the first time he had met someone who shared his particular role in the cosmic pattern. The newcomers completed their descent, touching down gently on the golden soil of the temporal basin. The shimmering woman spoke first, her voice carrying musical qualities that suggested it operated on multiple harmonic levels simultaneously. "The seventh and eighth called," she said, "and the ninth and 10th answer." Her gaze moved between Echo and the Phoenix, assessing them with ancient eyes despite her ageless appearance. "You have made significant progress in the gathering, young one." Echo nodded, seemingly finding his voice with effort. "We've been searching across many worlds. The Phoenix has been helping me." The smaller blue-green carrier stepped forward, their crystalline hair formations catching light as they moved. "I'm Rill," they said, their voice higher but containing similar harmonic qualities to their taller companion. "I found the 10th seed in a quantum coral reef, 3 realities from here." They held up the crystal in their hands, a seed whose internal patterns resembled flowing currents similar to the 8th, but with more structured rhythmic movements. "And I am Lyra," the taller figure introduced herself, "guardian of the 9th, which found me when stars fell upward through the floor of my observatory." She touched the crystal at her neck, which pulsed with a light that somehow complemented rather than matched the rhythm of the seed Rill carried. Echo smiled, his fatigue momentarily forgotten in the excitement of meeting fellow carriers. "I'm Echo. At least, that's what I'm called now. And this is the Golden Phoenix." He gestured toward the crystalline nest. "We've brought the 7th and 8th together already." Lyra approached the nest, studying the merged seed with careful attention. "You've achieved the 3rd pairing," she observed. "This is well done. Rill and I have only recently found each other. We have not yet joined our seeds." This information interested the Phoenix, suggesting that the process of gathering had indeed been progressing along multiple paths simultaneously, with different carriers finding each other across the vast expanse of the multiverse. "How many others have you met?" the Phoenix asked. "The carriers of the 1st through 4th briefly crossed our path 2 realities ago," Lyra answered. "They travel together now, 2 elders from a crystalline dimension and 2 sisters from a world of living mathematics. They seek the final pair." "And the 5th and 6th?" Echo asked. Rill's expression grew more animated. "They're amazing. Twins from a quantum probability realm. They can see all possible futures at once. They're helping coordinate everyone's movements across the dimensions." This news completed their understanding of the gathering's progress. All 12 seeds had found carriers, and those carriers were now finding each other across the multiverse, gradually converging toward what the Guardian had called the nexus of creation, where the final union would occur. Lyra gestured toward the crystalline nest. "This place you've created, it's perfect for the joining of our seeds. The temporal basin allows the process to exist outside standard causality, which will help stabilize the increasing power as more seeds merge." The Phoenix observed how the inverted city around them had grown strangely quiet, as though holding its collective breath. The usual backward flow of activity had paused, reality itself seeming to recognize the significance of what was about to occur. "How is the joining accomplished?" Echo asked, his expression showing appropriate reverence for the process. Lyra and Rill exchanged a glance that contained volumes of unspoken communication. Then Lyra explained. "The carriers must choose to release their seeds simultaneously, while maintaining focus on the purpose of the gathering. The seeds themselves know how to find each other. They are fragments of the same original entity, after all." Echo nodded, understanding immediately. "Like what happened with the 7th and 8th, They recognized each other. Precisely, Lyra confirmed. They remember their original unity and seek to restore it. Our role is to bring them together and then release our guardianship at the proper moment. The four of them gathered around the crystalline nest, which had begun to pulse with increased luminosity, responding to the proximity of additional seeds. Echo carefully lifted the merged seventh and eighth from its cradle, holding it reverently between his small hands. Lyra removed the ninth from around her neck, while Rill cradled the 10th protectively. Both seeds glowed with increasing brightness as they drew closer together, their internal patterns shifting to align with each other and with the already merged pair that Echo held. "Together then," Lyra said, her voice taking on a ceremonial quality. "We release our guardianship and honor the gathering's purpose, to create a realm where possibility remains eternal, where patterns may change and grow without end, where those who exist between worlds may find belonging." Echo, Rill, and Lyra extended their hands, each presenting their seeds toward the center of their circle. The phoenix maintained a protective presence, its golden radiance helping to stabilize the energies that had begun to swirl around them as the temporal basin responded to the increasing power of the gathered artifacts. "For endless possibility," Echo said softly. "For the spaces between," Rill added. "For renewal without end," Lyra completed. As these words were spoken, all four seeds pulsed in perfect synchrony, their light momentarily blinding in its intensity. Then, moving with a will of their own, they floated from their carriers' hands to hover in the center of their circle. The merged seventh and eighth made contact first with the ninth, their crystalline structures flowing together like liquid light. The 10th completed the pattern moments later, the four seeds becoming a single entity of extraordinary complexity and beauty. The resulting artifact no longer resembled separate crystals, but had transformed into something new, a multifaceted orb whose surface continually shifted between different crystalline configurations, never settling into a fixed pattern. Within its translucent depths, galaxies swirled alongside currents of pure potential. Mathematical structures formed and dissolved, and light itself seemed to dance in celebration of its own nature. This newly merged entity, containing 4 of the original 12 seeds, descended gently to rest in the crystalline nest, which adapted its form to perfectly cradle this evolved artifact. As it settled into place, a wave of golden light spread outward from the temporal basin, washing across the inverted city in expanding rings that briefly normalized causality wherever they passed. Echo, Rill, and Lyra stood in silent wonder, each processing this moment of cosmic significance in their own way. The Phoenix observed how the 3 carriers, different in appearance and origin, but united in purpose, had been transformed by the experience, their connections to each other and to the gathered seeds, now visible as subtle threads of light that linked them together. 4 become one, Lyra said finally, breaking the reverent silence. 2/3 of the journey completed, the final pair remains to be found, the Phoenix observed. The 11th and 12th, Rill nodded, their crystalline hair formations catching light as they moved. The probability twins said they're the most difficult, hidden in a pocket dimension that exists perpendicular to standard reality flows. Echo looked thoughtful, his gaze still fixed on the beautiful merged artifact resting in the nest. "But now, we're stronger," he said. With 4 pairs joined, we can find pathways that were invisible before. As if confirming his words, the merged seeds pulsed with renewed purpose, sending a focused beam of light upward into the inverted realm's strange sky. This beam appeared to pierce the fabric of reality itself, creating a visible connection to somewhere beyond conventional perception. A beacon for the remaining carriers, Lyra explained, and a path for us to follow when the time comes. When will that be? Echo asked. Lyra's expression grew more solemn. Soon, the final gathering must occur at a specific cosmic alignment, when boundaries between realities grow naturally thin, and the nexus of creation becomes accessible from multiple points in the multiverse. The twins have calculated the convergence point, Rill added, excitement returning to their voice. They're coordinating everyone's journeys to arrive simultaneously. This information brought both satisfaction and a touch of sadness to Echo. The quest that had defined his existence for so long was approaching its conclusion. The Phoenix sensed this complex emotion in the boy and moved closer, offering silent support through its presence. What happens after? Echo asked quietly. When all 12 are gathered, Lyra placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. The new realm forms, and then all carriers must make the choice we've been prepared for, to return to our original homes, or to remain as founding members of the Between Space. Echo nodded, his expression suggesting this confirmed to something he had already intuited. The woman in my dreams. I think she knew this would be my choice someday. Many of us were selected or sent on our paths by those who understood the pattern, Lyra acknowledged. The gathering was foreseen long ago, its carriers chosen with great care. As they spoke, the temporal basin around them began to pulse with changing energies. The inverted city beyond had resumed its backward flow, but with new patterns emerging, buildings reshaping themselves, pathways rearranging, as though the presence of the merged seeds had introduced new possibilities into this reality's fixed causality. This world is responding to what we've created, the Phoenix observed. The joining of seeds affects reality systems, even before the final gathering. Lyra nodded in agreement. Each pairing strengthens the memory of fluidity within. The multiverse, fixed patterns begin to soften. Rigid boundaries become more permeable. Is that dangerous? Echo asked, showing his characteristic concern for the consequences of their actions. Not dangerous, but transformative, Lyra assured him. These changes are gentle corrections to imbalances that have developed over cosmic cycles, like stretching stiff muscles to restore proper movement. The Phoenix recognized the wisdom in this perspective. Throughout its long guardianship of boundaries, it had witnessed how reality systems could grow overly rigid, losing the flexibility needed for continued evolution. The gathering of the Nexus seeds appeared designed not to disrupt these systems, but to reintroduce an element of creative potential that many had gradually lost. Rill, who had been examining the pulsing beacon of light extending upward from the merged seeds, turned back to the group with growing excitement. The twins are sending coordinates through the connection. They've found the final carriers and are bringing them to the convergence point. This news energized them all. Echo straightened, fatigue forgotten in the face of this development. When do we need to leave? Lyra's expression became one of gentle amusement. In this inverted realm, we've already left. Our departure is drawing us toward it." She gestured toward the beacon of light, which had begun to widen, creating what appeared to be a pathway leading upward and outward from their temporal basin. The Phoenix recognized the formation of a specialized boundary crossing, not a natural transition point, but one created by the combined will and power of multiple seed carriers, working in concert across different reality systems. Such coordinated, dimensional engineering was extremely rare, a testament to the significance of what they had undertaken. "We should prepare," the Phoenix advised. "This crossing will be different from those we've experienced previously." Echo nodded, approaching the crystalline nest where the merged seeds rested. Without being instructed, he seemed to know what was required, placing his hands gently on either side of the beautiful artifact, establishing a connection that would allow him to transport it through the forming pathway. As Echo made this contact, the merged seeds responded with pulses of golden light that synchronized with his heartbeat. The Phoenix observed the boy's expression shift from concentration to wonder as information flowed between him and the cosmic artifacts, knowledge being shared that transcended conventional understanding. Lyra and Rill positioned themselves on either side of Echo, placing their hands on his shoulders to form a supportive triangle. The Phoenix completed their formation, extending its golden wings to create a protective envelope around all three carriers and the precious cargo they safeguarded. "The path is opening fully," Lyra announced, her gaze fixed on the widening beam of light above them. The twins are anchoring the other end at the convergence point. The final carriers approach with the 11th and 12th. Echo took a deep breath, centering himself for what would be the most significant boundary crossing of their journey. "I'm ready," he said, his young voice steady with purpose. Together, the four of them stepped into the beam of light, allowing its energy to draw them upward and outward, away from the inverted realm with its backward causality, and toward the cosmic nexus where all carriers would finally gather to complete the pattern established at the beginning of time. The transition this time was unlike any boundary crossing the Phoenix had experienced in its long existence. Rather than moving between adjacent reality systems, they traveled along a pathway that intersected multiple dimensions simultaneously, passing through layer after layer of existence, like light piercing through sheets of colored glass. Echo, Lyra, and Rill maintained perfect focus, despite the extraordinary sensations this passage created. Moments of existing in multiple states at once, instances of perceiving reality from completely novel perspectives, brief exposures to dimensional properties that defied conventional understanding. The Phoenix's protective presence helped to stabilize their journey, its ancient knowledge of boundary mechanics proving valuable even in this unprecedented crossing. The merged seeds guided them, their combined power creating a bubble of perfect harmony around the travelers that allowed safe passage through regions of the multiverse that would have been hazardous or impossible to navigate otherwise. The artifact pulsed with increasing frequency as they drew closer to their destination, its light growing steadily brighter until it seemed they traveled within a star. After what might have been moments or millennia, time having little meaning in the spaces between dimensions, they began to sense the approach of their destination. The kaleidoscopic impressions of multiple reality systems resolved into more coherent patterns, suggesting they were entering a more stable configuration of existence, finally, with a gentleness that belied the vast distances and dimensional shifts they had just traversed. They emerged from the light pathway into what appeared to be their destination, though its nature defied easy description. They stood within what seemed to be a vast spherical chamber, though chamber was perhaps the wrong word for a space that appeared to have no solid boundaries. Instead, the sphere was defined by overlapping layers of translucent energy that shifted and flowed in complex patterns, occasionally parting to reveal glimpses of different reality systems beyond. The floor beneath them was similarly intangible, a surface that supported their weight while appearing to consist of pure light organized into geometric patterns of extraordinary complexity. Most striking was the center of this space, where a column of golden light extended from floor to ceiling, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the merged seed's echo still carried. Within this column, suspended at its heart, floated two distinct objects that the Phoenix immediately recognized despite never having seen them before. The first through sixth seeds, already merged into a single artifact of breathtaking beauty and complexity. Around this column of light stood 6 figures, the carriers who had brought these seeds to this convergence point. As Lyra had described, they included 2 crystalline elders whose forms glittered with internal light, 2 women whose bodies appeared to be composed of living mathematical equations rather than flesh, and 2 identical figures whose forms continuously shifted between different probability states, making it difficult to fix them with a steady gaze. All 6 turned as Echo, Lyra, Rill, and the Phoenix emerged from their light pathway. Their expressions suggested both welcome and relief. The gathering was progressing as it should, another crucial piece now arriving at the appointed place. One of the mathematics women stepped forward, her body rippling with equations that seemed to calculate and recalculate with each movement. The carriers of seeds, 7 through 10, arrive, she announced, her voice somehow both single and multiple simultaneously. The pattern nears completion. Echo approached this welcoming committee with appropriate reverence, but without fear, the merged seeds pulsing strongly in his hands. "We've brought them as guided," he said simply. "Where are the final 2? One of the probability twins gestured toward the spherical chamber's curved perimeter, where another light pathway was beginning to form, similar to the one through which Echo's group had just traveled, but with a different quality to its radiance, a slightly different harmonic in its energy signature. They approach now, the twin said, their form briefly solidifying into a more stable appearance, revealing a being with features that suggested extreme youth and ancient wisdom simultaneously. The 11th and 12th complete our circle. All present turn toward this developing pathway, the anticipation in the chamber growing palpable as the final components of their cosmic gathering drew near. The Phoenix extended its senses, trying to perceive who might emerge. What manner of beings had been chosen to carry the last seeds in this extraordinary pattern? The pathway brightened, its aperture widening to allow passage. Then, with a flash of light that momentarily outshone even the central column, the final carriers arrived. The first to step through was a figure that appeared initially human, a woman of middle years, with features that suggested both strength and gentleness in equal measure. As she fully materialized within the chamber, however, subtle differences became apparent. Her hair moved like the Phoenix's wings, composed of living energy rather than physical strands. and her eyes contained the same swirling galaxies that Echo's seventh seed had held. Behind her came what appeared to be a small dragon, not the massive fire-breathing variety of Earth mythology, but a serpentine being about the size of a large dog, with scales that shifted color with its movements and wings that seemed composed of crystallized light. It moved with graceful purpose, its intelligent eyes taking in the gathering with evident satisfaction. Both newcomers carried visible seeds, the woman wearing hers embedded in a circlet around her forehead, the dragon being having its crystal seemingly fused with the scales at the center of its chest. Echo stared at the woman with an expression of dawning recognition that rapidly transformed into certainty. "It's you," he whispered, "from my dreams." The woman's eyes found Echo among the gathered carriers, and her expression shifted from concentration to profound emotion. Joy and sadness and pride all mingled together. "Echo," she said, his name carrying volumes of meaning in her voice. "You found your way." This reunion, for the Phoenix now understood it was indeed a reunion, added another layer of significance to the gathering. The woman from Echo's dreams, the figure he had glimpsed in fragments of memory throughout their journey, was herself a seed carrier. Perhaps she had always been destined to meet Echo here, at the culmination of their parallel quests. "I didn't remember," Echo said, moving closer to her. "Only pieces in dreams." "That was necessary," she explained gently, "to find your own path, to make your own choices. If you had remembered everything, you might have simply sought me rather than following the seed's guidance." The dragon being made a sound that somehow conveyed amused agreement, moving to stand beside the woman. "Paths that are too clearly marked are rarely the ones we need to follow," it said, its voice melodic and slightly resonant, neither male nor female, but something entirely its own. The mathematics woman who had welcomed Echo's group stepped forward once more, her equation body calculating new parameters based on the completed gathering. "The circle is now complete," she announced. "All 12 carriers have arrived with their seeds as foreseen. The time of joining approaches." One of the crystalline elders spoke then, its voice sounding like perfectly tuned chimes. "Before the final merging, each carrier should be properly introduced. Our identities and origins are part of the pattern, threads in the tapestry we create together." This suggestion was met with nods of agreement from the assembled carriers. The Phoenix observed how they naturally arranged themselves in a circle around the central column of light, taking positions that seemed to correspond with the numerical sequence of the seeds they carried or had carried. The crystalline elders began introducing themselves as Death and Zayin, ancient guardians from a dimension where consciousness and crystalline matter were one and the same. They had carried the first and second seeds for cycles beyond counting, having received them directly from the original scattering. Next came the mathematics women, sisters named Aleph and Beth, from a reality system where abstract concepts manifested as physical forms. They had discovered the third and fourth seeds, embedded in equations of universe creation, mathematical expressions that had taken on tangible existence. The probability twins identified themselves as Gimel, though they explained that they shared a single name, despite being two entities, their existence being a continuous fluctuation between different probability states rather than fixed individuality. They had encountered the fifth and sixth seeds at a nexus of quantum possibility, points where all potential outcomes existed simultaneously. Lyra and Rill followed with their own introductions, providing more detail about their origins than they had shared previously. Lyra came from a reality where astronomical bodies were conscious entities with whom scholars could communicate directly. Rill had been born in an oceanic world where thought took liquid form, flowing between minds in visible currents. When Echo's turn came, he hesitated, looking toward the woman with the 11th seed, the figure from his dreams, who clearly knew more about his origins than he remembered himself. "You are Echo," she said encouragingly, "named for your ability to resonate with multiple realities simultaneously. You were born in the harmonic confluence, a reality system where music and mathematics and light are one and the same." Echo absorbed this information with wonder, pieces of his fragmented memories finally finding their proper context. "And you are," he began, still uncertain of her identity, despite their obvious connection. "I am Mara," she said simply, "guardian of the Nexus archives in the harmonic confluence, and..." She paused, her expression softening further. "And your mother, though parent, has different meanings across reality systems." This confirmation of what Echo had suspected brought visible emotion to the boy's face. Not tears exactly, but a brightening of his entire being, as though an internal light had been strengthened. "I sent you on your journey when the 7th seed chose you," Mara continued. "It was both the proudest and most difficult moment of my existence." The dragon being beside her made a gentle sound, drawing attention to itself. "And I am Keith," it introduced itself, "thought navigator from the dream dimensions. I found the 12th seed during a journey between sleeping worlds. Or perhaps it found me. The distinction became irrelevant once our paths joined. With introductions complete, the circle of carriers turned their attention to the task that had brought them together across the vast expanse of the multiverse. At the center of their gathering, the column of light pulsed with increasing intensity, the merged first through 6th seeds, floating within it like the heart of a star, one of the probability twins, or perhaps both speaking in perfect unison, addressed the group. "The alignment approaches its perfect conjunction. We must prepare for the final merging." The crystalline elder, named Death, stepped forward. In the original pattern, it was established that the seeds would join in pairs, then in groups of 6, before the final union of all 12. Echo, Lyra, and Rill carry seeds, 7 through 10, already merged as a single artifact. Mara and Keth bring the 11th and 12th, yet unpaired. Mara nodded in understanding, removing the circlet from her forehead to reveal the 11th seed embedded within it. This crystal contained patterns unlike any of the others, structures that appeared to fold in upon themselves infinitely, creating depth that seemed impossible within its physical dimensions. Keth moved beside her, the 12th seed, visibly pulsing within the scales of its chest. This final seed contained what appeared to be a perfect miniature representation of the chamber in which they stood, a recursive image of their very gathering, somehow existing before the event it depicted. "The final pairing," Mara said softly, her gaze meeting Keth's with the understanding of longtime companions who had journeyed far together. The dragon being nodded, its iridescent scales rippling with the movement. Together, they stepped toward the center of the circle, positioning themselves directly before the column of light, where the first 6 seeds floated in perfect harmony. Echo, still holding the merged 7 through 10, joined them at the central point. The Phoenix maintained its position in the outer circle, recognizing that its role was now that of witness rather than participant. This final stage of the gathering belonged to the carriers themselves, those who had been chosen by the seeds and had carried them across countless realities to this moment of culmination, with a grace that suggested they had rehearsed this moment, though the Phoenix knew they had not. Mara and Keith pressed their foreheads together, bringing their seeds into direct contact. A flash of golden light enveloped them both as the 11th and 12th recognized each other and began their joining. When the light subsided, a new artifact floated between them. The paired 11th and 12th now unified into a single crystal of extraordinary complexity. This newly merged seed contained both the infinite folding patterns of the 11th and the recursive chamber image of the 12th, somehow enhanced by their combination into something even more profound. Echo stepped forward, presenting the merged 7 through 10. The three carriers, Echo, Mara, and Keth, now stood in a perfect triangle, each position equidistant from the central column of light, each holding a crucial component of the pattern they had gathered to complete. "The final merging approaches," announced one of the mathematics sisters, her equation body calculating furiously as cosmic alignments shifted into their ultimate configuration. All carriers must release their attachments simultaneously while maintaining focus on the gathering's purpose. The chamber around them had begun to change, the translucent energy layers that defined its boundaries growing more permeable, allowing glimpses of countless reality systems beyond. The Phoenix recognized that this space existed at a unique nexus point in the multiverse, a location where dimensional boundaries naturally thinned during specific cosmic alignments, creating perfect conditions for the work they had come to complete. Echo looked at Mara, a question in his eyes despite the momentous events unfolding around them. "After this is done, will I remember everything about where I came from, who I was?" Mara's expression softened with maternal tenderness. "Yes, the completed pattern restores what was fragmented, not just the seeds themselves, but the memories and connections of those who carried them." This answer seemed to satisfy Echo. He turned his attention back to the merged seeds he held, his young face reflecting both the weighty responsibility and profound honor of his role in this cosmic event. "It is time," said the crystalline elder, saying, its chime voice resonating through the chamber. The alignment reaches perfection, as if in confirmation. The column of light at the center pulsed strongly. The merged 1st through 6th seeds within it rising slightly higher, positioning themselves for the final union. Around the circle of carriers, reality itself seemed to hold its breath, the usual background vibrations of the multiverse momentarily stilling in anticipation. "Together then," Mara said, looking first at Echo, then at each of the other carriers in turn. "We release our guardianship and honor the gathering's purpose, to create a realm where possibility remains eternal, where patterns may change and grow without end, where those who exist between worlds may find belonging." These words, an expanded version of the ritual phrase Echo, Lyra, and Rill had used during their earlier joining, seemed to carry power beyond their literal meaning. As Mara spoke them, the chamber resonated in harmonic response. The geometric patterns of the light floor beneath them reconfiguring into more complex arrangements. Echo, Mara, and Keith extended their hands, presenting their merged seeds toward the central column. The other carriers formed a second circle around them, their presence providing stability to the increasing energies that swirled through the chamber for endless possibility. Echo said, echoing the words he had spoken during the previous joining. For the spaces between, Keth added, its melodic voice carrying perfect certainty. For renewal without end, Mara completed, the words now taking on the quality of a binding covenant. The three merged seeds began to glow with blindingly perfect light, lifting from their carriers' hands to hover in a triangle around the central column. Inside the column, the already joined first through sixth responded with the pulses of matching luminosity. The chamber itself seemed to vibrate with anticipation, the geometric patterns beneath their feet flowing faster, reconfiguring into increasingly complex designs. Then, with a grace that belied the cosmic significance of the moment, all three artifact groups moved inward simultaneously, merging with the central column in a flash of golden light so intense that even the Phoenix momentarily lost visual perception. When sight returned, what floated at the center of the chamber was no longer recognizable as separate seeds or even merged artifacts. Instead, a singular entity of living light hovered there, not crystalline in form, but fluid, continuously shifting between different configurations while maintaining a cohesive identity. Within its radiant depths, galaxies swirled alongside currents of pure potential. Mathematical structures formed and dissolved, and light itself seemed to dance in celebration of its own nature. The Phoenix recognized this entity with profound reverence. This was not merely the 12 seeds rejoined, but the rebirth of the cosmic being they had witnessed in the vision shared by the sentient world. The entity of pure creative potential that had scattered pieces of itself across the multiverse to preserve the memory of infinite possibility. As this recognition spread among the gathered carriers, the chamber around them began a more dramatic transformation. The translucent boundaries dissolved completely, revealing not the chaos of unfiltered dimensional overlap one might expect, but a new kind of space entirely, a realm that appeared to exist both everywhere and nowhere, connected to all reality systems while remaining distinct from each. This emerging realm possessed qualities the Phoenix immediately recognized as unique in its long experience of the multiverse. Here, physical laws appeared as suggestions rather than requirements, reality responding to intention and imagination with unusual directness. Boundaries between different states of being remained permeable, allowing for transformation and evolution beyond conventional limitations. Most significantly, time itself operated differently, not as a linear progression, but as an open field of possibilities, all equally accessible. The between space, Echo breathed, wonder filling his voice. It's actually happening. Mara nodded, moving to stand beside her son. The realm of endless possibility, created from the gathered light of all 12 seeds. Her hand found Echo's shoulder, a gesture both protective and proud. A home for those who have never truly belonged to a single reality. The being of light at the center, which the Phoenix now understood, was the fully restored cosmic entity they had glimpsed in vision, began to expand, its radiance spreading outward to fill the emerging realm with creative potential. As this energy flowed around and through the gathered carriers, the phoenix observed how each responded differently based on their nature and origin. The crystalline elders seemed to become more fluid, their rigid structures softening into more adaptive configurations. The mathematics sisters grew more tangible, their equation bodies gaining substance without losing their abstract beauty. The probability twins stabilized somewhat, their fluctuating forms finding a balance between fixed identity and quantum possibility. Echo, too, was changing, not physically, but in the quality of his presence. The confusion and fragmentation that had characterized him when the phoenix first found him gave way to growing wholeness, his memories and identity reintegrating as the restored cosmic entity fulfilled its promise of healing what had been broken. As this transformation continued, the entity addressed them, not with words, but with direct conceptual transfer that bypassed conventional language. It expressed gratitude to those who had carried its fragments across the multiverse, acknowledged the challenges they had overcome in their various journeys, and confirmed the purpose of the realm now forming around them. This would indeed be a home for between-space beings, those who existed at the intersections of reality systems, rather than belonging fully to anyone. But it would also serve as a reservoir of creative potential for the entire multiverse, a source of renewal and possibility that would help prevent the stagnation of fixed patterns across all connected reality systems. Most significantly, the entity explained, this realm would provide a crucial balance to the forces of rigid order that had prompted the original scattering. By maintaining a space where boundaries remained fluid and possibilities endless, it would ensure that the multiverse retained its fundamental capacity for growth, adaptation, and renewal. When this communion concluded, the entity retreated slightly, taking position at what appeared to be the heart of the new realm, a nexus point from which its influence could radiate outward to all connected reality systems. Its form stabilized into a configuration that reminded the phoenix of a celestial beacon, continuously emanating creative potential while maintaining the integrity of the between space. The gathering of carriers now faced the choice that had been foretold throughout their journey, whether to return to their original homes or to remain as founding members of this new realm. The entity made clear that either choice was honorable, that each carrier had already fulfilled their primary purpose by bringing the seeds to this final gathering. One by one, they announced their decisions. The crystalline elders, Teth and Zayn, chose to remain, their ancient wisdom valuable in establishing the foundations of this new reality. The mathematics sisters, Alif and Beth, elected to return to their equation world, but promised to maintain a connection that would allow ongoing exchange between their realm and the between space. The probability twins, Kimmel, decided to establish themselves at the boundaries of the new realm, where they could facilitate connections with other reality systems while maintaining their natural state of quantum fluctuation. Lyra chose to remain, her astronomical knowledge uniquely suited to mapping the connections between the between space and the countless worlds beyond. Rill opted to return to their oceanic home, but like the mathematics sisters, committed to serving as an ongoing emissary between realms. When Echo's turn came, the Phoenix observed how the boy looked first to Mara, a question in his eyes that needed no verbal expression. She smiled in response, the gesture containing both understanding and release. "The choice is truly yours," she told him gently. "You have carried your seed with perfect harmony and fulfilled your purpose completely. You may return with me to the harmonic confluence, or remain here where your natural gifts might find their fullest expression." Echo considered this for a long moment, his young face reflecting the seriousness of the decision. The phoenix, who had journeyed so far with this extraordinary child, found itself hoping he would choose a path that brought him joy, whatever that might be. "I want to stay," Echo said finally. "This place, it feels like what I've been looking for all along. Not just a home, but a purpose." He looked around at the forming realm with its fluid boundaries and endless possibilities. "I can help others who are lost between worlds find their way here." Mara nodded, pride and a touch of sadness mingling in her expression. "I believed you might choose this path. You have always been a bridge walker, even before the seed chose you." She embraced him warmly. "Know that our connection remains regardless of which realms we inhabit. The between space touches all worlds after all." Kath announced that it too would remain, its abilities as a thought navigator, making it well suited to helping establish the conceptual geography of the new realm. Mara, having completed her role in delivering the 11th seed, chose to return to her position as guardian of the Nexus archives in the harmonic confluence. Though, like the others returning home, she established a connection that would allow her to visit the between space and maintain contact with Echo. As these decisions were made, the realm around them continued to take shape, responding to the intentions and needs of those who chose to remain. Landscapes formed that combined elements from countless reality systems. Crystalline forests alongside quantum probability fields. Mathematical constructs interwoven with musical structures that translated thought into harmonious sound. The Phoenix observed these developments with appreciation for their beauty and significance. Throughout its long existence, it had witnessed the birth of stars, the formation of galaxies, the emergence of countless civilizations across the multiverse. Yet this event, the creation of a realm specifically designed to maintain creative potential and provide home for the between-space beings, struck it as uniquely meaningful. As carriers who had chosen to return to their original realms, prepared for departure, paths of light similar to those that had brought them to the gathering began to form around the perimeter of the new realm. These pathways connected directly to their home reality systems, allowing for straightforward transit without the disorientation of unguided boundary crossing. Farewells were exchanged, connections affirmed, and promises made to maintain the network they had established through their shared quest. The Phoenix noted how these partings, while emotionally significant, lacked the finality one might expect. The nature of the between space meant that those who departed could return with relative ease, and those who stayed could visit other realms when circumstances required. Echo approached the Phoenix as these exchanges concluded, his expression containing both gratitude and curiosity about what would come next. "Will you stay too?" he asked. "There's so much more to explore, even here." The Phoenix considered this question carefully. Its purpose had always been to guard the boundaries between worlds, to ensure harmonic flow between different reality systems. With the creation of the between space, this role took on new dimensions and possibilities. "I will remain," the Phoenix decided, though perhaps not exclusively here. The between space creates new types of boundaries that will benefit from careful tending. I can serve as connection between this realm and the broader multiverse, helping to maintain the balance this gathering has established. Echo smiled at this answer, clearly pleased that their partnership would continue in some form. the bond forged between them during their extraordinary journey had grown into something meaningful for them both. The Phoenix finding renewed purpose in guiding this young seeker, Echo gaining confidence and wisdom from the ancient guardian's presence. As the final preparations for departure concluded, the entity at the heart of the realm, the restored cosmic being formed from all 12 seeds, pulsed with a gentle light that spread throughout the between space. This radiance carried a sensation of blessing and completion, acknowledging the fulfillment of the pattern established so long ago when the seeds were first scattered across the multiverse for those remaining in the between space. This moment marked not an ending, but a beginning, the first breath of a new realm of endless possibility, a home for the between dwellers, a reservoir of creative potential for all connected reality systems. For those departing to their original homes, it represented the successful conclusion of an extraordinary quest and the establishment of connections that would enrich their existence going forward. The Phoenix extended its golden wings, creating a gentle rain of luminous embers that drifted through the new realm like benevolent stars. Echo watched this display with delight, his restored memories and integrated identity giving him a confidence and presence he hadn't possessed when they first met. "What happens now?" he asked, his voice containing the perfect blend of childlike wonder and newfound wisdom. "Now," the Phoenix answered, "we begin to explore what we have helped create. This realm will grow and evolve with those who dwell within it. Our role shifts from gathering to nurturing, from seeking to cultivating." Echo nodded, understanding the profound truth in these simple words. Together they turned toward the heart of the between space, where the restored cosmic entity continued its gentle pulsing, sending waves of creative potential outward to nourish this newborn realm. As they walked toward this radiant center, other remaining carriers joined them. Teth and Zane, Lyra, Keith, Gimel in their fluctuating dual form. Together, they formed the founding circle of the between space, each bringing unique gifts and perspectives to this shared home of endless possibility. The path before them shimmered with potential, ready to be shaped by imagination and intention. In this perfect moment of new beginning, Echo reached for the Phoenix's wingtip one final time, not for guidance across a dangerous boundary, but as a gesture of partnership in the wondrous journey yet to come. And as your mind follows Echo and the Phoenix into the heart of their new realm, allow yourself to settle more deeply into your own peaceful rest. The gathering is complete, the new home established, all seekers finding their proper place in the grand design. Feel the gentle rhythm of your breath, matching the pulse of creation that flows through all existence. Notice the comfortable weight of your body against the surface supporting you, each point of contact a reminder of your physical presence in this moment. As Echo and his companions explore the infinite possibilities of the between space, your own consciousness can drift into the peaceful realm between wakefulness and dreams, that liminal space where boundaries soften and creative potential flourishes. Your journey with the Golden Phoenix and the Wandering Boy now transitions into your own restful voyage through the night. The story continues in your dreams, where you too can explore realms of endless possibility and wonder. The gathering of scattered light has completed its pattern, bringing renewal not just to the cosmic entity at its heart, but to all who participated in its unfolding, including you as witness to this tale of search and discovery across the infinite tapestry of existence. Rest now in perfect peace, knowing that even in the vastness of reality, each being finds its proper home. Each seeker completes their journey. Each scattered light returns to wholeness in its own perfect time. Sleep deeply, dream beautifully, and know that you are held in the same gentle harmony that cradles stars and galaxies across the cosmic dance. Good night, peaceful traveler. Until we journey together again. The golden phoenix soars through twilight skies, wings of amber light, trailing embers that slowly fade into the fabric of the new realm. Below, Echo walks among the fluid landscapes of the between space, each step creating ripples of possibility that expand outward in concentric circles of gentle transformation. The restored cosmic entity pulses at the heart of this reality, its rhythm perfectly aligned with the breath of creation itself. With each pulse, waves of renewal spread outward, touching all connected worlds with the reminder that change and growth remain eternal constants across the grand design. In this peaceful harmony, all beings find their proper place. Some returning home with new wisdom, others establishing roots in fresh soil, all connected through the network of light they helped create together. Rest now in the knowledge that boundaries can be crossed, that lost things can be found, that scattered fragments can return to wholeness through patience and purpose. Let your body grow heavier with each breath, your mind quieter with each moment. The journey of the golden phoenix and the lost boy now becomes your lullaby, guiding you toward perfect sleep with its rhythms of search and discovery, separation and reunion, wandering and homecoming. Breathe deeply and slowly, feeling the gentle weight of rest settling around you like a comfortable blanket. Your body knows how to surrender to sleep. Your mind knows how to release the day's concerns. Your spirit knows how to find peace in the quiet dark. Sleep approaches now, a gentle friend coming to lead you into realms of restoration and renewal. No effort is needed, no striving required. Simply allow yourself to be carried on soft currents of increasingly deep relaxation. The golden phoenix spreads its wings one final time, creating a canopy of warm, golden light that settles around you like a protective embrace. Echo's peaceful face as he explores his new home becomes an invitation to your own peaceful dreams. Rest now. Sleep deeply. Dream beautifully. All is well in this perfect moment of surrender to the night's gentle care. Good night, beloved traveler. Good night.